all of you, and I did everything I could. We need a new media in Wales, and we need government. And anyone who's come here, not from Wales, thank you. Thank you. We'll be coming to help you, like we've done for Lithuania, Canada, France, and New Zealand, and Australia. We are seeing the most horrific things happening around the world. And people just aren't getting the message. And it breaks my heart. It breaks my heart. But you can do something. There is a solution. And I've seen some of the most incredible businesses signing up to these vaccine passports.com. And what is an incredible business anyway? What is a professional? What does a professional mean? It means someone with courage and compassion who puts their children first. And how do these BBC or ITV journalists sleep at night? How do they look themselves in the mirror when their own children are suffering?
Yes.
I'll tell you what a professional is. I'll tell you, you are the people of the future. We are going to take control back. We are going to remove this rot.
Yes.
Please show me. Fantastic. Well, I just want to clarify that there are other media outlets here today amongst us. So I just want to say, whichever media you're from, thank you for coming. First of all, them for coming. At least they're covering the story, not just TV news. There are others here from the press. So thank you. We appreciate it because for far too long we've been ostracized by the media as being some conspiracy theorists. Well, lots of this come true, but never mind. So it's important that we thank them for being there and covering the story today. I want to do one thing before I bring the next speaker on. Who's going to get ready to hand books. I want you to look at the camera on TV news lens there, because they're here today filming with Lydia. I want you to raise your placards and I want you to shout no vaccine passports. 1, 2, 3. No vaccine passports! No vaccine passports! No vaccine passports! No vaccine passports! Right, that's good. Thank you. Okay, brilliant. Right. Next up is a former club and power better. Some of you will know him from Twitter. He's like Victor Nelson of Twitter. Always calling about the government all the time. Not Steffi. He is a Republican and owner of Owl and the Three Coast Punch in Essex. And these days he describes himself as something of a Twitter pest, and he certainly is that. This gentleman, please stand together for Adam Brooks. Hello. I've never spoken in front of a crowd before, so bear with me. I'm used to typing on the keyboard. I've come here today mainly in support of my friends and colleagues in hospitality, Wales, and all the jobs and the support to the economy that hospitality does bring and is so important for. I had to come today. I mean, Alan Miller has done great work together. He's brought a lot of us together as well. And thank you, Richard, for allowing me to do this today. One thing I will say is things have got to make sense. For people to support them, they've got to make sense. Now, I don't see how people can support something that doesn't make sense, and that certainly is the case of vaccine passports. We all have our different views on vaccines, and look, it's my personal view that they have helped very vulnerable people. Doesn't do that. How does a QR code on a venue front door? Now, again, I've got to talk to someone that's on the front list if it ever comes in England. I've got a small back street pub that I would probably do this myself, or I would have to employ someone to do that. Now, if I employed someone to do that, that could cost me up to £1,000 a week to have someone from open till close. And that's without, you know, the council could make me have 2 people on the front door.
checking QR codes. Now, it's £2,000 a week to a little backstreet pub. That puts it out of business. So let's not sort of brush under the carpet what these things are going to do to hospitality. There's many pubs, restaurants, bars, cinemas, events in Wales that are not going to survive because of the vote today. And I think, you know, the people in the building behind us should know that. Their vote today is going to cost thousands of jobs and thousands of businesses. And there is no proof that it's going to have any effect on the transmission rates in Wales, which are coming down at the moment. So today's vote is a bit of a strange one. You know, I think it's 11% in a week they've fallen today. So 11% in a week, and they still want to bring in more restrictions on your lives. That's unforgivable. Yeah. Well, again, I don't know your politics in Wales. I don't really want to know your politics in Wales. I haven't come here to be political, and I haven't come here to influence you in any way. But one thing I will say is we were lucky enough to speak to a couple of Conservative MSs earlier today, and to me they genuinely seemed horrified at what is going on today, and they told me that they possibly weren't going to be allowed back in the building for speaking to us and showing their support for you here today. So, look, again, at the moment, I'm politically homeless, so I'm not telling you to vote for anyone or anything, but there are people in there today that are against this, and that's quite humbling to know. I suppose I want to wrap this up now. I've run out of things to say. I just want to thank Richard for his hospitality, and I want to thank all of you for turning up today, because if vaccine passports come in Wales, there's a very good chance that we're going to get bumped into them in England. And I think that's wrong, it's discriminatory, and it's going to divide society. So we need to stand strong, tell all our relatives the downside of these things, because a lot of our older relatives might think they're nothing. Oh, it doesn't matter. These people don't go to pubs every day. These people don't go to concerts every other week. You know, it's very easy for people that don't do a lot in society to have a problem with things that cause, you know, cause angst. So we need to tell our relatives, our friends, and get support for our movement. And that movement is together, and that's with Alan Vibe and all the businesses that have signed up to Anna's website, to Alan's, and any other anti-vaccine passport movement. Thanks for today.
As a party of the Welsh, right, there's no way they're going to keep you out of the pub for 2 hours. I can assure you. Well, next night, my guest is someone who's worked in this place behind me as an elected representative. He is the leader of the Propel Party, someone who has faced incredible opposition against the establishment. We don't agree with each other politically, but on this case, on this cause, we do agree. Now, let me just say, this is not a political rally. We're from all different political persuasions here today, and that's the beautiful thing. We come together because of one common cause, because we believe in our freedoms, and we do not want to take it away. So, without any further ado, please put your hands together. Welcome to the leader of the Propel Party in Wales, Neil McAvoy.
Am I doing well here on my head on? Twice now. But so those who are in England don't doesn't speak Welsh, I said it's great to see you all here this evening. Oh, thank you. Now, what Richard said there was spot on. Because I'm here today not about politics. I'm here today for freedom and democracy. Our party called Propels, I want to give you an example of why we do not live in a democracy nowadays, a full democracy. It's a thing of the past. We've got to fight to get it back. Now, when I was in there as a member of the Senate, member of the Welsh Parliament, I was investigating things like corrupt contracts and dodgy dealings. I was called in by several people and told to look the other way or lose my job. I decided to lose my job, and that's why I'm out here today and not in there. I believe in our Welsh Parliament, and what I want is a Parliament and not a corrupt Labour-run committee. That's what we have. We decided to form a brand new political party and take them on. And we tried to form the party in December 2019. And for those of you that don't know, the Electoral Commission, based in London, but with their friends in Cardiff, would not let us form. They wouldn't let us form. And we were not allowed to register until the 2nd of March, 2021, 8 weeks before the election. How can you win an election in 8 weeks? So that's what my gripe about the lack of democracy there. COVID passports, do they work? So why are we having them? Control. If you are double vaccinated, you can catch COVID, you can pass it on. If you are healthy and maybe have had COVID and have not had the jab, you're not going to be allowed in places. It doesn't make sense. And lots of things don't make sense, because when I was in there, when everybody else was wearing masks outside, members of Senate didn't have to wear masks. They brought them in eventually. And the social distancing is very, very strict, very strict. Social distancing, you walk around and everyone's kept apart. But what happened when the Queen visited? COVID went away. And everybody was in there packed like sardines. So they can do it one day, why can't they do it normally? And if you all know that this isn't about a virus now, it's about controlling the population. I'm old enough to remember the Soviet Union. I'm old enough to remember El Salvador and Pinochet in Chile and the awful fascist regimes. I never ever thought I would live in a country, Wales, where they would make it illegal for politicians to knock on doors and speak to people. That's what they did. I was only allowed legally to knock on doors with colleagues after the 11th of April, just in case they weren't going to win the election. I was up against Mark Drakeford in Cardiff West. I'll let you into another little secret as well, which isn't very well known. We were looking to get votes for Propel in some key areas. There was one particular polling station where we wanted to get 1,000 votes. And roughly 3,000 people were able to vote. In that polling station, I got really excited on the day when I was told there were huge queues of people. And then I got worried when I started taking calls, because there was one ballot box, and it was one in, one out. So you go in, give your name, you go and vote, maybe it takes 3 minutes. So during the whole day, where we alone wanted to get 1,000 votes, only a maximum of 300 people were allowed to vote. And in other stations, there were 3 ballot boxes. And that's the way that the system was manipulated. I want to touch on general lack of democracy. I was doing my job. Like every other politician, I was going around, I was actually speaking to communities, but being followed by the police. They harassed me in Grenfell when I did a street surgery. They came to my home after dark on a Sunday evening. They came to my office and tried to find me. And I was in court 2 weeks ago. Do you know who the complainant was? Which member of the public? Right. There wasn't one. There was no complainant. There was no member of the public who complained. It was a police officer. And do you know what? When I turned up the court, it was ludicrous. They didn't even have any witnesses. I mean, please. But if you look at the democratic angle, I'll finish shortly. Look at the democratic angle. We have a Crown Prosecution Service who saw fit to put myself, my family through stress, take us to court. My mum's in her mid-80s, and I told her not to worry, because I knew I wasn't going to be, but she's still worried, mothers do worry. And it was wholly wrong. But that's the Crown Prosecution Service. And yet when I'm getting things like death threats, and I mean, communications on social media to me, which is absolutely disgraceful, the Crown Prosecution Service, they've never prosecuted anyone. They said it wasn't in the public interest. And What really concerns me is, as I said, the overall lack of democracy, the rights taken away. Parents no longer have the right to withdraw their children from lessons, so they may not want certain things taught them. We no longer have the right to call local referenda because they took it away. We no longer have the right to choose exactly who we want as county councillors, because these people in there, the Labour Party, Plaid Cymru and the Liberal Democrats, voted to stop people having choice about who they want to vote for. So now there are certain professions prescribed. You can't vote for those people. And I really could go on and on and on. So the key point is, I probably have already, sorry, but the key point is, I'm here standing for Propel. I'm here as a Cardiffian, a Welsh person, somebody who believes in freedom and democracy and individual sovereignty. One further plea before I leave. One further plea. You see those in there tonight, we're going to take away our freedoms. Less than 50% of the population voted for them. So I urge everyone to look at Welsh politics, get involved, join a political party, and there are real people in there. Not alone.
Okay, before I bring our next speaker, just thank you once again so many you turned up here today. And just want to remind people that they actually work for us. We don't work for them. We elect them and we pay them a salary to work for us. Yep. So we need to remind them that. Exactly. So next week is a young man, some of you may see him on social media. He runs something called Students Against Tyranny. In charge of politicians, he's a young man with a real passion, and he's greatly been freedom and democracy. And we will have together, please welcome James Harvey.
Hello, everyone. Wow, so it's one of the biggest crowds I've seen in Cardiff to this day. And so thank you to everyone who has come to support us. Honestly, it's amazing. Thank you to everyone. You know, the biggest point I really want to touch on is why after 12 do they need vaccine passport? Why do these folks that are past 12 need a vaccine passport? Does COVID know when the time is? It's ridiculous, isn't it? And the fact that people believe this as well. I'm honestly, I'm ashamed. I'm ashamed to be in a generation full of stupid people. Now, my argument is not against the vaccine itself. If you want to take that, be my guest. I am pro-choice, right? It's up to you whether you want to take that. But do not try to impose an experimental drug on me and then say I'm not being coerced. Because this is coercion. You know, no, it's up to you whether you want to take the vax, but we're just not going to allow you to do anything. Come on, wake up, Wales! I only found out I was doing a speech about an hour ago, so, you know, bit nervous, but I absolutely love doing this and seeing everyone's faces because, you know, we all think the same, and a lot of the time we feel so alone in all of this, but we're not alone. We are waking up by the dawn. Now, one thing I said in London, right, is that schools, they used to tell people that we shouldn't take drugs, and they are coercing us now into taking something that's an experiment, and I'm having none of it. I will not complain, never. You know, and the good thing as well, we've got businesses now joining the movement. We got, you know, directories like against vaccinepassport.com, just filled with businesses that support our message and support our movement. And we have got, I think, ICV and Wales Online here as well. Now, boom, right? Well done, Speedy, there's just the anti-vaxxers. And what's They've been going around, Lloyd, taking pictures of every sign that doesn't say no vaccine passports on. Take a picture of a sign that says no vaccine passport and display that.
I just want to say one thing there. Here's online and then the meeting with your Western. Thank you for coming. Don't move her. No. Oh, come on now, come on. Listen, thank you for my I got to say that, Jenny, thank you so much for coming. Being a journalist and being press is a very difficult thing. Trust me, right? You have to please everybody. I know you will like that, but I've done my bit in my but no, Susan, thank you so much. So let's come and some of these friends up together, get the big show. These guys together, welcome Stephen Jackson.
Okay, we'll take off the press, we'll go on to the courts instead. How about that? It's not all that bad, just most of it, okay? I just want to give a quick update. I'm basically representing the claimants in the important cases in the courts right now. One, to stop the vaccine passports, to stop the mandatory vaccines for care home workers. And the other one, to try and put a halt to the rollout of vaccines with injections for healthy children. Those aren't directly what we're talking about today, but they are not a million miles off. They're about 2 inches off. To tell you what's happening, by the way, it's a very, very quick update on those two cases. For care workers, I regret to say to you that the court has thrown the case out. But it's not over yet, because they're going to have a go at the NHS now, as you know, and the case remains open for the NHS workers to take on and have another go. We've got a similar situation with the vaccines for children, and what the court has said in both cases, and this is the difficulty which we face, is that they say the government is facing a pandemic. Well, that's where it is. So it's facing a pandemic, and the government has a wide margin of discretion as to how they deal with that. And in the circumstances where you've got complex data and complex science, very difficult for judges who aren't scientists to get involved and examine everything. Unfortunately, the country folk seems that no one is getting to examine anything. As long as the government's advisors say, jump to the left or jump to the right, or if the government says, I don't give a monkeys, we're jumping somewhere else, that's what's going to happen. So that's where we are. And what that means is that I want to say a massive big thank you to every single one of you who has turned up today. And to Alan for taking from Together Declaration, and to Adam, everyone's come from England or other parts. Thank you. The experience so far is that these restrictions on our liberties are not going to be stopped in the courts. They're going to be stopped by every single one of you heroes here today. And all your families and your friends. So, I've done only in some very high circles in the courts, and I go to London, but I also have a message from the Prime Minister. And I'll see if I can play this for you through the microphone. If not, I'll just have to repeat it for you. So here we go. Protection against serious illness and death, but it doesn't protect you against catching the disease, and it doesn't protect you against passing it on.
So, of course you didn't hear that. The Prime Minister gave us all a message. He said, these vaccines do not protect you from catching the disease, and they don't protect you
against the party which on. My work is done. So what's the point? No point. The Public Administration and Constitutional Affairs Committee, they've said absolutely no logic and no justification for these COVID passes. Both said they were logical. The vaccine minister said they were discriminatory and wrong. And what have they said closer to home? Well, we might consider what the Chief Medical Officer for Wales has said, Dr. Van Atherton. He's told us that these, face coverings, they might provide some small benefit. That's face coverings. But as to the vaccine passports, well, they might possibly provide some small direct benefit. So what is the point? There is none. Well, I'll tell you what they're going to do though. Bruce Adam has alluded to this. It's going to cost him a fortune to make this work at his pub and for every other publican club owner around the country. New York suffered 4% decline in their business when these things were introduced. In Scotland, they're having to, and there's a club in Edinburgh now which is removing its stance for putting tables and chairs there instead, because it cannot survive with these vaccine passports. We cannot let this happen in Britain, let it happen in Wales or anywhere. Well, I'll come back to where I started with the injections for children. If anyone thinks this is just about going into a nightclub at 12 o'clock at night having a dance, well, I doubt they're here today. This is about segregating, about dividing society. This will not be restricted just 18-year-olds. This is going down to children. These are your families who will not be able to go to the cinema or the theatre together. It is indeed apartheid on medical status. That's what's going to happen, and we must say no. That's all I've got to do, say no. No, no, no. There's no point in saying things like to really finish with that. When you say to them, there are other things which are simply being ignored. No one's reporting this. We need to generate our reporting it. There is such a thing as natural immunity. And this is not stronger than 50% of people who've had natural infection and therefore natural immunity from this thing. Latest, children aged 5 to 14, 78% of them have natural immunity. That's the current state of the science. And as Adam said earlier on, we're looking at 11% reduction in cases here in Wales. The greatest declines we've had for the reopening in the summer. We don't need these things. All we want to do, what we say,
Okay, we've got a little bit surprised. The speaker's going to come on in a few moments, but as he's come on, we're going to have a little bit of a break, not too long, okay? Because I know you'll be very patient on your feet. We wanted to do something because we realise that sometimes we don't get the message out as wide as we can, but we can do it on social media. 4% of people in the UK are on Twitter. There are 200 million people on TikTok. We need to start invading TikTok because this lot are doing it, the politicians are doing it, and influencing our children. tell them things they should be telling them, if you know what I'm saying. So we need to get out there and social media. So what I want you to do is, after our next video, when I introduce you, it comes on, I want you to look at the person next to you. If they go back to the passport card, take a photo, chuck it on your Facebook, chuck it on your social media, and get the message out there. Is that okay? Yes? Okay, well, we're going to surprise now. This gentleman is a Welsh personality. And like myself, I'm hated by most people, right? He's the founder and CEO of one of the most successful businesses based here in Wales. He is a football cricket, karaoke loving man. He's the star of the BBC documentary, The Call Centre. Let's really find him. Come on, man, where are you? Woo-hoo.
There's amazing there. It's spelling NPD and the surname's bullshit, not Taylor. So anybody who's had the yeah, thanks a bunch, Richard. At least I can spell my name properly. Anyway. I need glasses. Right. So together. Can you hear me now? Okay. Together stronger. It's a slogan from the Welsh FA. Because years ago, Swansea, Upperjacks were always having a go at Cardiff, and Cardiff were having a go at Swansea, and nothing was getting done. But when we came together, boy, did we have a fantastic 2016. Because when we made the knockouts, we had 250,000 Welsh people in Paris supporting the boys. So whilst Anna was a little bit disappointed at the turnout, I'm seeing a lot of people. It's not 250,000, but it starts somewhere. Yeah. And it started now. And when Wales play England at rugby, now I'm not much into rugby, but Wales comes to a standstill when we play England. And you feel the hoil and the passion that we've got. It's just in us. Okay, so to say something different to everybody else, because you've all heard about show me your papers and everything else, I've suddenly gone louder. I'm going to give you a definition from the WHO, the World Health Organization, on herd immunity. Okay, so it's just changed. Pre-2020. Herd immunity is the indirect protection from an infectious disease that happens when a population is immune, either through vaccination or immunity developed through previous infections. Now, it's changed. Herd immunity is a concept used for vaccination, in which a population can be protected from a certain virus if a threshold of vaccination is reached. That is official. You can look it up. Look it up. Okay. So, Nuremberg, the trial. 1945, November 45 to October 46. The world leaders promised us it would never happen again. The world leaders, we have human rights. On a global scale, Germany lost the war, but the Nazis didn't disappear. And that's a fact. Because most people seem to think that Nazis are right-wing extremists. But Nazi stands for National Socialist Party of Germany. And they're still here. And they're still after us. All right. So if you have been persuaded, pressured, wounded, lied to, incentivized, coerced, bullied, socially shamed, guilt-tripped, threatened, punished, criminalized, or forced in order to ensure your compliance, you can be absolutely certain that what is being promoted is not in your best interest and against your human rights. doesn't people mention the media? And we are grateful for them. But boy, do I wish they'd tell the truth. The truth is very hard to come by these days. We've suffered a relentless barrage from mainstream media and even social media of propaganda. A mentally draining onslaught. A brain-battering bullshit from the BBC. It does drain you. It takes it out of you. It's relentless. It's all the time. Now, I worked in the BBC, and I know the massive call centres they've got of Twitter handlers and Facebook. And they batter you on mainstream media, and they batter you on social media. I've seen it myself. I can't hear you. Okay. So it's the same game plan as Nazi Germany, control the narrative. Now for the mainstream media, I just want to call you out and just say, you are going to be on the wrong side of history. Ideology has replaced scientific logic. So, the plan, introduce a crisis in order to bring authoritarian control. Enough chaos will force people to beg someone or some organization to restore order and bring back normality, and that's what's happened. So, if we're going to resolve order and normality, they tell us, we're going to have to ask you to give up some of your rights. And that's always the same game plan. It goes back to Tony Blair, the turd that wouldn't flush. Now they've encroached on our freedoms and rights by winning little battles. If we continue to lose these little battles, we're going to lose the war. It's a fact. You can't avoid it. When they take away our freedoms, be under no illusion that we're at war. Show me your papers. It happens during a war. We are at war. And we need to start winning battles. So how do we start winning battles? First of all, we need to choose the battleground ourselves. This is reactionary. We need to be proactive. If Plaid Cymru do vote with Labour, this is lost. Plaid Cymru, socialism with a green badge. Fact. So what do? Appoint generals. I run a business. When we had the call centre, we had 700 people in a call centre, badgering you, selling you stuff. What I also had was 2,500 door knockers. So when it comes to political campaigning, I can put a canvas out there like you've never seen. When it comes to getting postal votes, which Labour seem to rely on time and again, boy, can I beat them? Because I can do it professionally. But we don't need cowards. We don't need people that shy away. We need sincere people. People who will take a chance. We must persuade people that silence and compliance just fuel tyranny. Because the more they get away with, the more they'll push you. It doesn't take a genius to see where their next step will be. We look at Lithuania, and you can see it clearly. Lateral flow tests, if they're not eliminated, will be charged. If you want to pay £100 each time you have a lateral flow test, you better have 200 quid a week you can afford, because they're going to go. You know it. I'm preaching to the converted, yeah? You know it. Supermarkets and public transport. That'll be next. So we need to start now. We need to start networking. We need to pull together some IT geniuses out of Wales so that when we're messaging each other on emails, they can't read it. We need to get organised. We are at war. I'm telling you, this is not just for us. It's for our kids and our grandkids. Because you know where it's going, and it doesn't look like it's going to end well unless we stand up and we stand together and we do unite. Okay, so we need a coordinated effort to hit our politicians with emails, letters, and face-to-face expressions of our disgust at their decisions, what they should do, and how they should vote. How many of us have battered our politicians that have voted in there? They're going to have to start listening. Because if we have 250,000 people here, they will listen. Okay, so personally, I stand on the Human Rights Act, backed by international law, which states that they cannot do what they're doing. So no to segregation, no to apartheid, and no to vaccine passports. No vaccine passports. No vaccine passports. Come on, say it loud.
Fantastic. I say fantastic. Somebody's here, still standing. Is it so important? What I want to tell you is this: there's no way these lot behind here can't stay by Christmas. Well, our next speaker is someone who's not afraid to question the narrative. He questions everything. He's no stone unturned and has been the host of a pandemic podcast since the start of all of this. Please put your hands together for Dan Ashley. Good evening, Cardiff. It's great to be here with you. We stand at a crossroads, not just here in Wales, but as a human race. Many of the things that our ancestors have fought for, our liberties, our rights, are under threat. We cannot allow what has happened over the last 2 years to change the course of history. It is down to us, as we stand here today, to gather together with our friends, our families, our colleagues, our associates, linking arms to say we will defend our freedoms.
Yes. Yes.
We will defend our rights. Has anyone ever been to a party where there's been someone that's had just a few too many to drink and become a bit of a nuisance? Maybe sometimes that's one of us, but you know, my point is this: the politicians have become drunk on power. Yes. They have become the nuisance at the party and they are no longer welcome. Yes. And it is time for us to have the courage to do the right thing and send them back in. Yes. What's fascinating about the world that we're facing right now is we now prioritize safety above all else. Now, safety has always been an important value. We wouldn't have survived this far without it. But when we prioritize safety at the compromise of everything else, we create a situation like we face here today, whereby we create this illusion of safety through policies like the vaccine passports. And as a result of that illusion, it gets those drunk politicians who are drunk on power, high on that power, and they utilize it to create policies like vaccine passports, which have the potential to divide us and segregate us and to change the way we live our lives. Vaccine passports interfere with our lives in ways that we've never seen before. It is the government stepping into our private lives. They're intervening into our lives in ways we've never seen in businesses. And it's time that we put them out the door and say, no, we take the power back and we will decide how we move forward from here. Now, the consequences of vaccine passports have already been seen and felt around the world. People who haven't been able to have access to basic supplies, that they don't get to entertain themselves and find joy in all the things that we've suppressed in the last 18 to 20 months. People are having access to healthcare denied. If they need critical operations and medical treatments, they're being denied. We cannot allow this to transform humanity. We cannot allow a very small group of centralized powers to determine the fate of our history and to the destiny that we're moving towards from here. We do stand at a crossroads. And you here are at the very precipice of that crossroads, making a decision that you will not take the path that you have been offered. And now it's important for us to realize, as the previous speaker said, it's time to be proactive. Because there is no alternative path unless we create it. And it's, thank you. And it's time for us to create that alternative path. Not only have we seen people denied access to healthcare, being separated, kept away from the town square, we're seeing businesses decimated. Right now, the economy is under pressure. It's a bursting point. We're seeing inflationary pressures. Basic small businesses are going out of businesses and going under. The last thing we need is a policy on the door that says only you can come in. And only you can come in. By the way, you can't come. We've suffered from 18, 20, 22 months of pain through this. Many of us have fallen out with friends, people have lost loved ones. It's time to move forward. Why are we clinging on to all the experiences that followed through COVID? Why are we clinging on when it's time to let go and now move forward together? Because if we don't, then this mission creep will continue to grow. It'll be vaccine passports for the COVID vaccines today, vaccine passports for flu shots tomorrow, and whatever else follows, because it's a form of digital identification. Now, what's really important to recognize is history is a great teacher. And history has shown that when we segregate society based upon any human characteristic, it does not end well. We are at that pathway now. We are at that crossroads, and it's time for us to take a new direction. It's time for us to march forward with strength and courage. That value of safety is important, but that long-lost value of courage is something we need to bring back. Yeah. And you are the role models. You are the role models for people who aren't here today, because you have the courage to come here on the wet Tuesday afternoon to stand up for what you believe is right. Yes. And that courage, my friends, can be felt around the city of Cardiff, across all of Wales, across all of the United Kingdom and around the world. And it's time for us to create this ripple that becomes a wave of courageous, peaceful action to transform our futures, to reclaim our power, and to carve our own destiny to create a better future for the people and the planet. Enough is enough. We are tired of the fear-mongering. We are tired of the misinformation. We are tired of the separation. We're tired of the anxiety. We're tired of the bullshit.
One question. Yes. You said history teaches us. Yes. I was on the march to stop the Iraq War, and we all gathered, and there was a million of us. I don't need the microphone. I don't need the microphone. There were a million of us, and we all stood here like this, chair, chair, chair. And we didn't march on Parliament. We didn't go on Parliament. We just stood here and talked and clapped. And what are we going to do to actually talk?
The question was, what are we going to do other than talk? Well, awareness has always been the first step to change. And when we live in an environment where the media are only speaking one side of the story when we live in a cancel culture world where social media shuts down an alternative perspective. The only choice that we have in the first instance is to take to the streets like this and to send a message not only to the institutions that are supposed to represent the interests of people, but to send a message to our fellow brothers and sisters, our mothers and fathers, our colleagues, because until we get the word out, we will remain a small minority like this. And there are lots of things we can do, and this becomes a catalyst. A protest like this is an element of raising awareness. There's rarely been a protest in history that changes a policy. Today isn't necessarily about changing a policy. It's sending a strong message to here, a strong message to everyone watching at home, and to say that enough is enough, and that we need more people to come and gather us. And the final thing I'll say on that question is this. And if you haven't seen the Pandemic podcast, this is the episode you want to tune into. I did a fantastic interview with a guy called Professor Matthias Desmond. He answered the question, why do people comply? And it was a wonderful answer. He explained the precursors to authoritarianism and what leads to this type of totalitarian state that we're witnessing. And there's lots of things like people's background anxieties that get attached to the virus, the lack of meaning and purpose. But he ultimately said authoritarianism will ultimately burn itself out. It will collapse under its own bollocks. I like to use words like that. So here's the clear message. We need to stand tall, we need to be courageous, we need to prepare ourselves mentally, emotionally, and spiritually for the road ahead. We need to continue to gather momentum, but we need to be even more focused on what comes next after all of this, because I truly believe that the future will be carved by the people standing here today. So no matter what happens here today, remember that tomorrow is in our hands. And there is a giant hole in humanity at the moment, and it's called love, because we have been governed by fear. So when we lead with love, then we will continue to attract, and we will raise the vibration of humanity. And from that, with love, we will find our freedoms.
lovely. It is lovely having such unity. It's lovely having such a wonderful, rousing song. But we've got to stop this, and I'm telling you, what the guy said, history said tyranny burns itself out in the end. It does. Thank you. Tyranny.
It's democracy. We let him speak.
Thank you. Thank you. Just one simple thing. The guy said,
Let's go!
I said that tyranny wears itself out in the end. It does. And it can take 10 years or 11 years. And in the meantime, millions and millions of people die. Now we've got 300-400 people in here. There are 7 or 8 security guards, and they are laughing at us because the MPs, whatever they are in there, are making a decision about vaccine passports that are illegal in international law that contravene the Nuremberg Code of 1947. And I say, like I said, on the Iraq march, we did this, and then we all went home, and the BBC lied about how many of us were. We should march. We should remember the Bastille. We should march on that building. We should march on that building now. Stop them. We've got. Okay, thank you. So just going to say, we live in a democracy, right? People have to say what they want, but I have to get through scheduled speakers, so please don't shout at me. I'm going to try my best, right? I am really trying my best. Next week, I need someone to work in the building behind here for Brexit party. And with the senators, let's take it on. Let's put your hand together, let them take it on. Thank you very much. Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and I thank you all for congratulating you all for turning out this election efforts. It's great to see it. As Mr. indicated, I, for myself, was a member of this Parliament for something like 5 years. And I will say this, there are 1 or 2 good members of this Senate. And the trouble is, there are 2 or 3 far between. Most of the members of this Senate are so totally out of touch with the man in the street in Wales that it borders on ludicrous. But not only that, if you think they are in touch with the people in Wales, as far as business in Wales is concerned, their disregard actually borders on hostility. They don't care about what passports do to the hospitality industry or industry in general in Wales. I can assure you that. What you have to remember is this. Not one of these people has lost 1 penny piece to any of the civil servants in the hierarchy bill, or any of the heads of the planners in Wales. Not 1 penny piece. So don't think that they care for 1 minute about you suffering because of all these restrictions. None of them care. I can assure you that. And as for the restrictions in general of free movement and our civil liberties, many in this institution are drunk with power. They are absolutely drunk with power and their ability through COVID to restrict everything in our lives. And unless we stand up to them in the way that we are doing tonight, they will carry on with those restrictions. I can assure you, I've listened to the debates in this Parliament. I argue with the debates about lockdowns. And what they say, they will tell you that we have given more money to the businesses in Wales than any other Parliament in the United Kingdom. They ignore the fact that thousands of businesses, even with that help, have not been able to survive, and we are losing pubs and everything else
wiped out the country, all because of their restrictions. They will not stop putting those restrictions on us. I can assure you. All I have to say now is this. We have to say no to more lockdowns, no to no to any further eruption of our civil liberties, because that's what we're all about.
So we couldn't travel. We got a motorhome rented, funded by the people. We went around the country. We went to Wales, we went to Scotland, we went to Ireland, we went 7 international trips to Canada for freedom. Australia! Let's go to what it takes, what freedom's all about, what having a good time's all about. Shout out to all the people here today. Richard, Alabama, together declaration, fantastic speakers as well. Holding the format, this is our culture, this is our heritage. We are the future, we will never surrender. Our next speaker is someone who was a former MEP of the Brexit Party. He was head of UK Trade for Business Inflation Statistics at the ONS. I managed to say that without slipping up then. I get away with it because I got a nice Welsh accent apparently. But he was part of the European Parliament and he helped make Brexit happen. Please put your hands together and welcome James Wells. Thank you, James. So my full name is James Freeman Wells. When I call on you, I was born free. Equal to everyone else in this country. Our freedom is a birthright that cannot be taken by another. It is our right to move around freely within our own country, to form relationships with who, what, and when. And it is our freedom, our right to trade freely amongst each other, because we are free people. As someone in our government, the institutions of this country and private enterprise are trying to persuade us that their rules, their mandates and their statutes apply to us whether we like it or not. But the truth is, they need our consent. They need us to stand under their authority. I do not stand under or consent to their authority. free man. In order to persuade us that we must consent, they use their grip on the media and our institutions to peddle untruths and apply their manipulative techniques. They do this to manufacture our consent because we are free people who cannot be forced to stand under their authority. As powerful as they are, their power is derived from us, the people. Without our consent, they have no power. So the front line of our battle then is to reveal their lies and expose the methods they use to manufacture our consent. There are many of us across the country fighting this battle every day, together. From Laura Dogworth, brilliant work to reveal the methods they use to manufacture our consent. Using fear and nudges, to the work that me and others are doing to expose and challenge the lies that they're telling us. Not all of us have a platform to fight these battles, but the one thing all of us can do together is deny them our consent. Hold the line. Do not comply. As difficult as it might become, it is imperative that we do not engage with their vaccine passport system. When you submit your details to their system, you are giving your consent. You are giving them your permission to take away your rights as a free person. Like many of you, I do struggle with this battle daily. I worry about what they will impose on us using their manufactured consent. I worry about their children and the world that they will inherit. Some days I feel down. And I feel like the world's closing in on me and that there's nowhere to hide. I worry that the life I had in front of me before is all gone and all that lies ahead is darkness. But I always get up. Because I can see all of you fighting with me, and that gives me hope. And as time goes by, our community grows. Many who did their bit, who complied with the rules and the jabs, are starting to ask questions. Like, why do I need to have a booster to keep my freedom? Why is the government and the media continuing to impose restrictions on me and my children? Why? And why do they keep threatening more lockdowns if we do not behave? And this is our strength, because they need our consent. Because at the end of the day, this ends when enough of us say so. Thank you for coming, everyone. Hold their line.
We do not consent. 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 We do not consent.
The other side of this story is that there are many businesses in Cardiff and around Wales and around the country that this will affect massively. It affects many of us for different ideological reasons. I'm going to give vaccine passports because of discrimination and many other aspects. I don't want anybody to know my medical details like my doctor. If you would get them, my next speaker is someone who has challenged the government and is taking legal action against them. He deserves our support, ladies and gentlemen. He is the honourable stingy fingers for the Cardiff. Please do welcome Matt Connolly.
No, good evening. This is a we told you. Media training. My name's Matt Conley. I'm a sticky fitness tutor here in Cardiff. We have written to the Welsh Parliament asking for formal consultation into the introduction of potential introduction to vaccine passports further into hospitality. I want to make clear we're here for vaccine passports. We're not political in any way, shape, or form, nor do we want to be seen to them. It's important that I get that out there. It's not just my business that's concerned, it's the 5 independent businesses that I work with and the 30 other businesses that I also work with. We all feel pretty strongly about this. I want to say, since I've said it, I want them to really think about what they're doing in there the next hour and a half, because the impact that this round of businesses is, I can't overstate it. Adam alluded to it earlier on, the financial cost of policing this properly and professionally, anything between £5,000 and £10,000 a month. I could guarantee you, from the perspective of the forfeiture owner, we don't have that money. The big businesses will struggle to survive on that basis as well. But secondly, you're asking us to put our staff in a ridiculous moral position. You know, we're not here to police COVID passports. It's not what we do. We're in the business of hospitality and giving people a good time, not to ask for their health papers. I feel quite strongly about that. It's morally violent. So one last time, I'm only going to say a few words. I would honestly urge you guys to think, really think. I don't want us to have loss of jobs at businesses because somebody hasn't thought something through properly. This is very, very serious. The impact if it's brought in is tens of thousands of jobs and knock-on effect of the economy and the supply chain. It's catastrophic. So, no idea whether to say this sort of, but
keep talking, man.
Thank you very much. And one last thing I would say is that if Welsh Government choose not to listen to us, we will take them to the High Court. The High Court is a very, very expensive place to go to. I don't have the money to do that, but we are backed by very influential people within our industry who are willing to join us and take the fight as well to the High Court if needs be. We don't want to do that. Nobody wants to do that. We want our lives and our businesses back. But that's where we stand. So if anybody in there is listening, see things instead of tweeting, yeah, think before you act. Thank you. We're going to do something different. We're going to move you all forward. We're going to get closer to this building because we're too far away. So we're going to take the next speaker right out the side of the building. Then we're going to come and join us. Come on, let's go. Let's go. Peacefully, peacefully, let's go. Yes. Come on, let's go. Let's move you up. Let's get you up, you guys. Come on, let's get close together. They're forced to represent us. We are the people. We are the people. We're the citizens of this great country of Wales. Let's move forward. Let's get you in with the rain. Let's get into this time. Let's get the next hour.
Okay, that's right. Okay. Guys, that's amazing, that's amazing, that's amazing. Thank you so much. Give yourself a massive cheer. Come on, give yourself a big cheer. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank God. Listen, there's nothing better when the people take over the show and they tell this gentleman what they think, right? That's amazing. Someone suggested us singing the Welsh national anthem.
Because they obviously are not very Welsh in here, because us Welsh people believe in freedoms. Now, it's my hair lad for that. I'm no bloody Tom Jones, but I might give it any single shirt. Sorry, my hair lad for that. Anybody know it? Okay, where's them? See them? My hair lad for that. I know it leave me. Beyond I would not
Oh yes, there's going to be plenty of Welsh music, so let's go back. Let's just pull back a little bit from the stairs and out, guys. Just a little bit back down the stairs, please, guys.
Bread of heaven, feed me till I want no more. Feed me till I want no more. Bread of heaven, feed me till I want no more.
Okay, I just want to check. My next is Can you hear me? Can you hear? Can you hear me, everybody? Can you hear everybody?
Right, we've got to turn the we've got to turn.
Speakers round, okay.
Turn the speakers round.
Okay. Is Nicola here? Where is Nicola? Let me go.
Oh, Dan, I'm watching Greg. You were with you in the protest over November. You were with you in the protest when you interviewed in Sons and Save Rights. We were there in the protest.
Wales. I'm Danny Bradley, representing the nightclub industry. Our industry has been severely devastated alongside hospitality, and there are a number of us, well, a small minority, who are standing up and speaking out, and on our part, to not consent to vaccine passports, these ridiculous, absurd restrictions to show me your papers to go into a nightclub, a bar, is absolutely unacceptable. This is up to us. We do not consent. Yes? We do not consent. Stand in our sovereign power. We are free, sovereign beings. Remember that. Claim your sovereign power. Nobody has rights over our sovereignty. There's the realisation right now of self-sovereignty. I would highly recommend everybody also to look into common law and get yourselves trained in common law. Know our rights, the natural law of the land. This is really important in this battle that we're in right now. It's a fierce battle, and I have a question. It's why, to the people who actually feel that a vaccine passport is okay, what is actually okay about it? What do you think is okay about a vaccine passport? Do you think it's about health and it's going to keep you safe because you have to produce a passport to go into a venue or a business? Those are two questions that remain unanswered in the mainstream media and with the people of the land. We are being divided socially and economically. There is a huge divide. We cannot allow this divide to widen. Families, friends, business colleagues, associations, people torn down the middle. My own son, I haven't seen him for 18 months. He doesn't agree with my views and refuses to see me. That's how deep this evil agenda runs, and it is evil. It's evil. It's tyrannical and evil, nothing more. And how do the children feel right now? Where are the voices of the children? How are they feeling? Children who are in care, children with one-parent families, children who are orphans. What are the feelings of the children? They must be terrified. Where are their voices in the media? They are coming for the children. And us as adults, we are the guardians of children, and we must stand and not allow the children to be harmed. We cannot allow children to be harmed. They are the future of the world. And the world we want to live in is the world that we shape collectively in unity. We have to come together, whether you be vaccinated or unvaccinated. This agenda has got to be stopped. I'd like to read a comment made on the 9th of November from the First Minister, Mark Radek. He has been lectured by the UK government on the need for vaccine passports. As he says, a decision is set to be made on the proposal in Wales. The Welsh Government is to rule on the proposal this week, as you know. As Mr. Drakeford said, he was sceptical over the need for the measure that could be convinced of the necessity if public health benefits outweigh their disadvantages. He said, I have lost count of the number of meetings I have sat through with UK ministers in which they have lectured me about the necessity of vaccine certification. When I have raised this with them, the ethical, the legal and practical issues that need to be resolved, I've generally been treated as though these were details that ought to not get in the way of a necessary course of action. Mr. Drakeford claimed he was notified as late as the end of last week that the UK government would be going ahead with vaccine certification. Only for England's Health Secretary, Sajid the proposal has been put in reserve. Vaccine certification will be required for nightclubs, and we're in the front line of that. And other large events in England, if data suggests actually needed. to prevent unsustainable pressure on the NHS, according to the UK government's winter plan. You can read more on what the Prime Minister Boris Johnson said about winter proposals next year. Now, this is on Wales Online. So this is going on in here now. So he's basically saying he's being coerced by central government in Westminster.
No, he's not.
Well, this is what he's trying to say.
Don't be
So
there.
this is the
Liar.
in there now to make a decision for the people and stand with the people of Wales.
In the package of time, I was very possible, because the panel guests to be in the fighting for interviews over there. So please come over, let's as well, Mr. Media, as a good thing. I never support this but the next thing is someone who is part of the party is Tom Command. Now, the new party, as I said, is talking to the party. So please now come and share why you're being please we have to get another
Thank you all for coming.
Right at the back. Not working. Not working. Can't see it.
Well, some of the other speakers about
Don't move it around.
Second fundamental of all values and liberties. I'm not going to go on that particular path. I'm going to take a slightly different passage. And I'm just going to wonder all the people who have done this because you actually have a very well-respected Welsh tradition that needs something against Yorks and against Southerners. Now, the whole issue is about the people being inside and keeping cultural neighbour and they have this kind of our country. And this is a new different take on all this. When you consider the two major issues that reform the country, Christianity and community, they've always put the emphasis on the importance of the individual sovereign. Individual rights of the individual to actually follow his or her own conscience. Christianity has also always put an emphasis on the importance of the individual conscience and the right of that individual to follow his or her heart, whatever the world tells him. Our community has also put a deep emphasis on how we need to stand up to the power goodness of this world. And this is what you are all doing here today. We're actually standing up for this very, very well-respected population, standing up for the man and woman against the powers of people. Now, we all know how dangerous this particular option of people can be in society. And this is what will happen to us if this particular COVID extension goes through. Because there might be up to 30% of people will take us completely
No, they're lying.
They might be 30% of people so these people tell those 30% as social workers, they can be extracted into society, they can be treated as this. And we have to do the
No.
Wales, we are the nation with the connections we have with each other. Those connections, when we actually are able to talk to each other, able to trust each other, and able to interact with each other. It's the connections of our nation. That social capital is going to be destroyed, and that will not be back when NATO wants to drop. Now, it looks like they're going to pass it out. Now, but it looks like we need national conversations about all this. We need to basically get the balance right between managing health risks, living life, and well-being. If they want to do this national conversation, we've got to organise that ourselves. We've got to put together as a community to discuss how to move on. Because in a way, you can say that we haven't had a meaningful Welsh democracy until now. Labour having so many issues, no accountability, no real engagement. Now we're trying to people to get engaged, get involved at this level, and to basically push back against these power-mad politicians. So, beyond the marriage, beyond the board, no politician, no scientist, no journalist, doctor, none of those things. And what are you? No law-abiding Welsh woman. And I'd like to thank Alan Miller for giving an ordinary person, like me, a voice. We don't very often see ourselves up here, do we? Our society is changing at a terrifying rate. The new normal is already upon us. It's not a new normal if you or I have had any say it. Instead, those that seek to rule, not serve us, have imposed draconian restrictions and regulations over the past 18 months. We have no consultation or approval of us, the people.
Yeah. Tyranny.
They don't even have the scientific evidence. No. They're bringing these vaccine passports.
No. Right.
Boris Johnson said it doesn't work. It's not fit for purpose, like the naked emperor himself.
Yeah. Yeah.
How? Like a man, sitting there,
snake foot.
Yeah.
In his lair,
and justify the issuance of brownie points and extra privileges for those people who, they had the best intentions in heart. They rolled up their sleeves and wanted us all to get back to normal because they would promise their freedom.
And they were weak as well, and they were weak. They were weak.
But I know you're the judge.
No, they're weak. I am.
If the unvaccinated, they track and spread this virus, right? These passports are not needed.
No.
It's as simple as that.
Logic.
And I want to take you for one moment back to 1984. Jump in a time machine. Ironically, it's 1984. On the 6th of March, 1984,
The National Poll Board announced 20 comments, giving 20,000 our men in the United Kingdom, jobless, destitute. I was 13 years old at the time, so excuse my memory, I was 19. Five TV channels, one of those BBC Wales. So it's going to be a bit Wales-centric, because I only know what was happening in Wales. We didn't have Sky, and we didn't have the internet. The mining families here in Wales were affected by this, saw an overnight, complete drop in their standard of living. They were completely unaware. Then on that date, the 6th of March, so they had 12 long months ahead of them. Up until 1980, miners had never been allowed to claim benefits if they were out on strike, but their dependents could. This time was different. Yes. Clause 6 of the 1980 Social Security Act banned dependents and strikers from receiving urgent needs payments. This left many families in Wales with no income at all, but the government remained hopeful that they could starve those men into submission. These were very, very, very dark days in our history. But something incredible and beautiful and unexpected happened. Solidarity put in a much needed appearance. Yes. The men from surrounding areas and industries donated a source from their wage packets, so the mining families were paying the mountain bills they faced. And the well-heeled wives, once married, some of the best paid working men in Wales, rolled up their sleeves. This time not for a job, this time to open soup kitchens to make sure the children were fed. These women had never begged a day in their lives. Yet every payday for a year, they stood outside supermarkets and they stood with empty food trolleys, empty trolleys. And people like my dad and my mum, every week she'd say, "Well, you had a bag of chocolate for the miners." And she'd get some pineapple, I then take something, nothing in this yard. You're going to want some biscuits or some lemon from this week. And the brothers and the sisters down in the towns, they earned the prize of their people, and they filled those shopping trolleys with whatever they could afford. Yeah.
And we would do the same now.
So that's my tale of solidarity and community spirit leads us in the dark days we clearly will have ahead of us. Let us be our together tale. A beacon of light, a message of love, a reminder of the people and the nation that we must work. Finally, I want to declare free business in Wales to turn their back on medical discrimination and apartheid. Pretty sure, if this continues, your brothers and your sisters, they're going to need all of you like those miners in 1984 to fill their trolleys. I hope you all enjoyed my trip down memory lane. And I would just say to you that I stood before you tonight, just an ordinary woman, who believes that when we stand together, we can become extraordinary, like those miners. You see, when we stand together, we win. Yes. I hope you've all enjoyed my trip down memory lane. And you know, I thought I had to come here. I'm a bit of an agoraphobic. I haven't been much in 18 months. But I can see my little boy's life. Everything he loves is cinema. And all of those things that he enjoys doing. He can't have a vaccine, so he can't go. Well, you know, today I think is the beginning of us saying enough is enough. Stand together. Thank you, everybody.
I certainly how do you reach the people who seem to be oblivious to this evident assault on our freedoms? It's making to explain that between industries and social media, we can send a message and in the last 18 months, I've witnessed the being participated in so many online discussions, debates, arguments. I've been vilified, I've been called racist, I've been called a fascist, I've been called an anti-vaxxer, I've been called all kinds of things. What I am is a father of 5 children and a man of pleasing appearance. It's the democracy of I see a society where they, kindness, our so-called public servants, have successfully managed to pick brother against sister, vaccinated against unvaccinated, and parent against child. May God have mercy on them. Yes. This is what we need to raise. This is happening, of course, in countries around the world. We see demonstrations in Australia where people are being beaten for their freedom. You see that you can't get a job. They don't know about it. If we don't say something, it's coming to win. I finish this. A few days ago, I was keeping a thread from a Tasmanian man called Kaliszuk. He describes what life is like now that for him himself and his unvaccinated family have leaved us of the opportunity pass or a TV pass that will come out as his own country. He is not able to work, buy food, or provide for his family. I don't know about you, that emotional when citizens of a 180 countries are excluded from parts of society because of their medical status, it is an absolute disgrace. It's tyranny and it is evil. It is all worse. It is all worse. He said, my wife and I have been suspended without pay for 4 weeks. We can't return to our jobs. Not sure if our employees are going to start. And he goes on to retire me but seriously, folks, I say this from my heart now. Not ready for the day. Forget who I am. This is our protest. This is the people's protest. Because we don't want these tyrant governments to dictate to how we should live our lives. And I'm so glad for everyone and let's stand together and say no to vaccines. Yes, Wales. Yes, Cardiff. What do we want? Freedom! When do we want it? Now! What do we want? Freedom! When do we want it? Now! What do we want? Freedom! When do we want it? Now! I want to say how inspiring it is to be with people together, regardless of any other views. It doesn't matter about decisions or choices. We are united here together, saying that we do not accept the idea that we're going to have certification and COVID vaccine pass to participate in society. It may be that people in there decide that the vote goes that way today, but we're going to still keep on campaigning. We're going to organise locally. We're going to carry on building this movement in Wales and around the United Kingdom. There are many. We are the many. They are the few. They may have got used to declaring from on high with stealth, with nudges from the behavioural insights unit, trying to scare us and threaten us, spending £500 million of our money on us with propaganda. But you know what we've got integrity, we've got the demand, transparency, and open debate and free speech. It is unacceptable that we've been pulled down from big tech
new online safety bill, we should protect all of that. It's fantastic, regardless of what you think, that other people today have come to build this. It matters what we do. What you've done today matters enormously. People across Britain are watching this and around the world on social media and everywhere. Now, in a little while, we're going to go across the road. There's going to be a panel. There's going to be some really good speakers on there over at the Packet Hotel. But I want us to remember a few things. In the civil rights movement, it was not always the case that people thought they were going to win. And in fact, often the odds looked really daunting. But people fought together and changed things. When women wanted to vote, they came out, people supported them, and it got changed. Regardless of your religious views or whether you're secular like me, when Martin Luther put his manifesto up on the board and he said, "Here I stand, I can do no other." We are the many, they are the few. Here I stand, I can do no other. If we want to see a change happen, we've got to go and convince our neighbours, our friends, our work colleagues to come out together with us. We say no vaccine passports anywhere. Come together, sign the togetherdeclaration.org. Tell all your friends how they work. Get involved with us. We're going to carry on this now over at the Packet. What you do now, we are fighting. What do we want it? When do we want it? No, it's vaccine. I just want to say a massive thank you to Richard Taylor for being a great ambassador. All of you guys here, great speakers for Right, so that what I'm suggesting is just want to put that up there because it's standard.
United! United! We will win! 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 We will win!
So I just really quickly I wanted to say, and next Saturday there will be a protest in Cardiff. It's not this Saturday, next Saturday on the we will be marching, all wearing black to the funeral for democracy. So please come join us at 1 p.m. in Cardiff City Centre. We will announce the location on Telegram. Thank you.
No vaccine passports.
No vaccine passports. No vaccine passports. No vaccine passports. No vaccine passports. No vaccine passports. No vaccine passports. No vaccine passports. No vaccine passports. No vaccine passports. No vaccine passports. No vaccine passports. No vaccine passports. No vaccine passports. No vaccine passports. No vaccine passports. No vaccine passports. Resist, defy, do not comply. 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 Resist, defy, do not comply.
Okay. Guys, apparently there's people going around the back. If you want to go around the back and you want to say hello to your politicians, I think now's the time. Apparently that's politicians will come around the back. If you want to say hello to your politicians, let them know what you think. Right around the back. All right. Maybe we should come together right now. You guys want to hear some music or just want to I just think this one was I think this will be accelerated.
I just thought when the started talking about the kids being jabbed, more people would get angry and wake up.
I just can't understand, like, just literally, you know, how desensitized you have to be as a parent to allow this, you know, and people can hear this, you know, people are dying, it's just surreal. But this literally answered one question I always had about, about Holocaust, yeah? I was wondering how people, you know, how would get bullet in the head? There will be whatever 300 minutes, 2,000 people. How many people die fighting? I just could never understand this, yeah? And how I see what is happening. I see this in my own mind. It's scary.
I think what's that phrase where they say all it takes is a lot of people. So true, isn't it? health sector, but unless it happens, you know, teachers and managers, their roles don't really
Okay. They were desperate, but they were fed. Yeah. Well, Moses changes.
Yeah.
So I think we're taking part in this moment, crucial moment, and I'd rather participate and sit down.
Absolutely, yeah. Even if you look back in 5 years and think, well, hey, nothing worse, we tried, we would have a clear conscience. I'm doing it for our kids. You know, all of us, for the children.
It doesn't take much, 10% of society.
Yeah. Yeah. But it's just hard on a daily basis to kind of detach from it as well. You know, because like you can go on Telegram and then follow 20 channels and it's negative.
We need to come up with because I call this story politics development by masturbation. People are watching some social media, but they're not doing it. That was very powerful today, you know, not in Parliament or then that's what should happen. Funding every day. And they need to understand the place for this.
Yeah. I'm sure they'll frame it in another way, you know, the press, if they do even give it any coverage, it'll be negative, it'll be, inciting violence, all of that.
I wasn't super excited to drive all the way here, but that was the reason, because otherwise it won't get covered. They blocked it now, so I don't know how to watch it.
Really?
Yeah, no. It's my spare account. I don't have following on that one.
Oh, God.
But, you know,
the censorship is incredible, isn't it? The levels of it. Oh.
But then, you know, karma is, so.
I just work in an environment where they're just zombies. They don't even pay any attention to what's going on. You know, and then you get talking about it, have a conversation about it, and they just think you're nuts. Because you have to kind of include the Great Reset, don't you? You get to a point where you think,
She might be in the back of the building. Let's go and check. I think.
anyway, it was really good to meet you. Thank you again.
Cardiff? No. First time. I've been to Wales one time before in Newport.
Newport?
conspiracy theory. Wrong. Last year, before it happened, I watched a video of it happening. Are in fact conspiracy theorists. Conspiracy theorists are people that believe they know what's happening because they see it with their eyes or view the information that is false. The false information can be check us on search.com. Sex trafficking, based on their knowledge of being a sex trafficker. My name is mainstream media jerk. The time, coronavirus. Our top story tonight. The government has announced that the number of cases before mainstream media saying the word coronavirus has risen to its highest level since they began. People were in the hospital having a case of coronavirus in the last 28 days after a positive test with a 98% false positive rate. The false positive rate is conspiracy theorists started using online after a conspiracy theory surrounding the information that 98% of the tests were false positive started being circulated by conspiracy theorists online after a conspiracy was started by the information. A conspiracy theory is some information to think is false because we said the word conspiracy media news. Our reporter, who is both black and an Asian, is also called Janice, and she is our head of conspiracy theories, and she's on the street now in Birmingham and other places to remind us that conspiracy theories aren't real. Janice. Thanks very much, David. Yes, the problem began on Wednesday evening when people started to notice that Bill Gates was financing the UK government. Conspiracy theorists quickly took that line and turned it into a conspiracy theory. Once it was confirmed to be a conspiracy theory by the fact-checking websites that work for Bill Gates, the mainstream media were deployed to let everyone know that this information was in fact a conspiracy theory that was made up by conspiracy theorists. Conspiracy theories are known to be dangerous because people sometimes believe them based on the information that's provided within the theory. This makes the theory a conspiracy, and the words conspiracy and theory are put together, and the information is then disregarded because of what people heard on the mainstream media news. Thanks very much, Janice. Users are reminded that Janice is black and Asian. Video sounding in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome to the Fake News at 10. My name is Mainstream Media Jerk. The time is coronavirus. Our top story tonight. 2 women in Newcastle have died after contracting the coronavirus when they were hit by a car believed to be carrying the virus. The car, travelling at 40 miles an hour, was believed to have contracted coronavirus from a positive test that it took 28 days before, they 2 weeks to flatten the curve. The 2 weeks began a year and a half ago, and it's still going on. The government have reassured people that in 2 weeks the curve will be completely flattened. What started to be flattened 18 months ago will now be done in 1 week. In 1 week's time, everything will go back to normal. Users are just encouraged to give up more of their rights and take a vaccine that's experimental. It's been tested on animals. Oh no, wait, it hasn't been tested on animals. It's being tested on humans, and some of them are dead. More positive news from the government after it was confirmed that 7 people that have taken both doses of the Pfizer vaccine haven't died from the vaccine. The 7 people that could be identified by their dental records after they passed away from something else after they took the vaccine have been rewarded with the fact that they didn't die from the vaccine. 2 ladies whose hearts exploded 30 minutes after they took the vaccine have been reassured that they died from something else. The 2 ladies from Newcastle were rushed to hospital after they experienced no symptoms of the coronavirus. Users that have no symptoms of the coronavirus are advised by the government to test themselves every 45 minutes. The tests can reassure the person that they don't have the coronavirus, or if they do have the coronavirus, they're advised to stay at home for 2 weeks. Some users have been staying at home for 18 months for 2 weeks, and these users are advised to keep doing what the government says, and it's going to be fine. Anyone who dies from the coronavirus is reassured that they've had an allergic reaction to something else, possibly from the car park outside the hospital. Any users that are using the car parks are advised, the government have advised that the car parks be closed until Bill Gates can come along and say that they're fine. Bill Gates is a human pariah that is a demon with a horn growing out of his head and is going to save everyone from a virus that he created with a doctor called Anthony Fauci, who is a toad. The coronavirus is thought to have magically appeared at a wet market down the road from a biological weapons factory. The coronavirus is a biological weapon that came from a wet market down the road from a biological weapons factory that's funded by Bill Gates and operated by Anthony Fauci. Anthony Fauci is the doctor that's going to save everyone from the coronavirus that was funding the research into the coronavirus from the biological weapons factory down the road from the wet market where the coronavirus came from. Several workers from the biological weapons factory in Wuhan, China, just down the road from the wet market where the biological weapon escaped from, have said that they were concerned all along about safety at the wet market. A wet market is a place where pigs and sheep hang out down the road from a biological weapons factory. What happened was the pigs and the sheep got together and created a biological weapon that escaped from the wet market down the road from the biological weapons factory. The World Health Organization is run by a communist that covered up cholera epidemics, and he stepped in to confirm that the biological weapon escaped from a wet market and not the biological weapons factory. Users that think that the biological weapon escaped from the biological weapons factory are conspiracy theorists and should turn them in at their local police station to Bill Gates. They're advised to go there and say, hey, I think the biological weapon came from the biological weapons factory in Wuhan, China, and not the place where they keep pigs and ducks down the fucking road. Bang. That's the end of the video again. The video sounding in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Turn it down.
What's the reaction of people when they see you with the signage? When they see the action of all the like spraying signage?
Positive. No, we haven't got all our votes yet.
How long have you been doing this? Yes. How long have you been doing this? The way you usually go to the main road, town centre, or vaccination centres? Submit in roads. Yeah.
vaccine passports. No 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 vaccine passports.
Still filming history. Filming mums and dads fighting in the streets. All of this is just familiar. Those people have been sexually But that was very powerful today. People not just Parliament that's what needs to happen because just people posting on social media. It's like empty space, you know what I mean? People can very difficult to post real things about to be on the street. There's one thing, I keep on saying this time and time again. We had communism in Poland. And look, it took since 1945 to 1989 to break through. And we had still Russian military leaving the country up to 1993. That's 48 years, yeah? That's nearly 50 years. Obviously now we've got technology and things are accelerated, but people need to understand it's just like at least 10 years ahead of us. If people push back seriously, nothing will happen over one event or we need to be consistent and take the power. In Poland, basically what happened is that those people in charge, they just become so arrogant, yeah, and they started killing. Blood was shed. They started killing journalists, priests, opposition members, yeah. So opposition politicians, yeah. And that's what people rebel about, yeah, when they saw that but for a long period of time they were bowing to everything. So it's something new in that sense, yeah. It's yes, but again, it's just like the problem or not problem. People are just decentralized, yeah. They just want bowl of rice, yeah, and they aren't hungry. They don't feel need to rebel because their might isn't set right. Yeah. But I can just tell you one thing, like because my red light went on, yeah, when I saw what they were doing, and like now I see like they're correcting what they were doing in the past. Let's say in Poland, we had one of the reasons why the communism fell in Poland was because people congregated in churches. So maybe not necessarily the Catholic religion, but the fact of people congregating and yes, and community spirit. Yeah, so people they gathered for a idea bigger than them. Yeah. So look what they done this time. Isolated people, scared them. They told this lies that second, fellow human being is enemy, poisonous, dangerous ticking bomb. Yeah, contagious sack. Yeah, and they went for like they broke the ceremonies. Yeah, in the religion groups. They attacked them. They compromise religion leaders because this time they give up. They raided Polish church in London. I mean Polish service in church. Yeah, on the Great Friday, which is great celebration for Catholics. Easter, Great Friday. But I can't see them raiding mosque on Friday. You know what I mean? So somehow they knew what not to touch. Yeah? But
what was the straw that broke the camel's back?
Sir?
What was the straw that broke the camel's back?
When the blood was shed, yeah, they started killing. So I told you we had strong priests, like one of them named Kaliszuk. The other charisma they were leading. Yeah, they were inspiring people to contest justice. Yeah, and they were, yeah, they had a moral spine. Yeah, so they started killing them. They started killing journalists. They started killing opposition politicians. Yeah, that was the final straw. So unfortunately, and it's like there's a book called Art of War, Sun Tzu. Yeah, so it says in that book that the biggest art of war is to win war without a fight, without the fight. That's what they're doing, without military engagement, using all other means to conquer, but not physical.
Financial
Yes, they can print all the money in the world while we have to pretend and carry on with our lives, jobs, etc. Well, war was never fair, since nothing. I was blocked, so unfortunately, I didn't get much.
Seems how it funded.
I've seen him on 30th.
Yeah.
War Freedom Rally.
Is it in London on the 5th?
Oh yeah. That's the
The numbers were missing again, weren't they? They had the spirit was there, and willing, but the numbers, we had matches, 2 million plus.
You know, there was meant to be panel at 7 p.m. Yeah.
This place here, or around the corner somewhere.
Right.
I'm not sure the address, but I've seen it.
Shall we go?
Broadcast.
Shall we go? There is 5 till. I want to do this.
Do that. I have to follow my wife and I'll see you in the next.
So where is that?
Radek,
You know the place?
you tell Radek where they need to follow.
There's the panel.
You have to ask me. What have you
Today. I'll have a look at my phone now.
It's 4 to 7. Are we going to that place where they meet it? Great question. Hello. Right, guys, there is a panel that starts at 7 p.m. I'm gonna folder. You know, there's a panel at 7. There's a panel with speakers at 7. Do you know where it is?
The Passage Hotel. I've asked a few people now. It's that way. It's Blue Street. I don't know exactly where it is, but I know it's that way.
Right. What's the name of the
hotel?
hotel? What's the name of the hotel? One more time.
Packet. P-A-C-K-E-T. Packet.
Okay.
As in like Packet.
Okay. Okay.
That way. Ask one of the policemen.
Yeah.
Don't get arrested.
Right, so I was chatting with people in front of Parliament. I'm going to join the speakers. Excuse me, do you go to this panel that starts at 7?
No.
Do you know where it is?
I don't, but we saw it.
It's on point, it's a packet, isn't it? Packet hotel.
Right.
Somewhere, I think.
Yeah, somewhere along there. Do you want to with us?
Yes, please.
I've never been there before, but I'm sure someone's going to tell us along the way. But, I think it's a I don't think there's anything. It's like a local. Yeah. There's a lot of
All the way from Barnsley, South Yorkshire.
Oh, right. Well, to the state came down.
Yes.
Staying over tonight.
Yes.
To make some messing around. Like a motorway, isn't it?
All right, if I have to, doesn't matter. Yes, they're packets.
You want to talk about
These vaccine passports have D1, so it's a good gauge on our side. Right? So when it comes to the leader, Michelle, if it would be nice to because it's on our side, right? But most of you know, if you were at the protest, the live streamers,
Okay, everyone, I want to hear one of those like noisy thank you. My name's Alan Miller. I'm the co-founder for has over 1,000 hospitality operations venues. Never had vaccine passports. Some time ago, and we realised as well we didn't have so that's what led to the Together Declaration. Together Declaration, where we've got people from hospitality, a range of business sectors. We've got politicians, we've got campaign leaders, and over 120,000 signatures, as I say. Take a step back, because I spent 30 years at the US and in hospitality, bars, clubs, and like that arena changed the whole landscape of I was involved originally many years ago in the acid house movement and dance music. We got together on the dance. We were a society that talked about things today. That was quite divided around men and women dance separately, racism. There was a lot of things that were real issues at the time that were very problematic. And we thought, and through that dance music fraternity, a lot of those things we changed in the last 8 years. We did that, and it was remarkable. And I spent a lot of my time. I launched the Nighttime Employees Association, and I spoke to a lot of people all around Britain, mayors, city leaders, councillors, the Home Office, Parliament, explaining to them benefits of day and night hospitality, how they make cultural hubs, how they create employment, how it's impossible to have a storm tea on the Dell without a dance floor. You couldn't have London Fashion Week or someone like, you couldn't have web designers like Ian Strait or any of that kind of whole landscape of creativity that Britain is so famous for. Our music, our fashion, our dance, our cultural exports, all happens there. And it's hugely ironic and very terrible. As we saw with COVID, that everything about something, not only our own lives, but one of the most dynamic sectors, when we spent so long convincing people of how important it was, and people have actually begun to really understand that. We've got nighttime ambassadors who I think the thing is, what we've got to recognise now is there's no health evidence, there's no scientific. Jackson played to us. Prime Minister has said vaccination. We now know it's maybe so I make my own, study your own, and to hear that we have security guards or anyone, it's a very slippery road. We've seen this happen in Romania, where now you have to have this in a range of areas to get rid of the team in terms of working across the board. And the very idea that in order to participate in society, the way we're going to get back to normality, the way it's presented that it's nonsense. And I really think that the public has had enough and in the end, the public really make a difference.
encourage them together. As many people as possible to get involved to make yourself a nuisance, phone them up, speak to them, demand to know why they're positioned, say that you're going to vote for whoever's most closest presenting, not voting for vaccine passports. We go beyond that. We need to organise our communities, with our friends and colleagues, neighbours, campaign, protest, lobby, get one of the anti-vaccine together. We bring together all of that. Campaigns, leaders, and members. We do not want to be sort of little boxes or in echo chambers. We know that many people in the media, editors and journalists, we should have done much better having these debates, having and asking serious theories to further lockdowns and impositions. And I think we're all stupid and spend about 500 million money on our own narrative. But enough is enough. It's just a consistent point to have any measures of restriction whatsoever. Because someone wasn't there when they all stood out. We're waiting for that, how they voted, but however they vote. And I think that we kind of can see what we see when this way the votes go. We've got a very serious challenge to task ahead. The good news is that when we stand together, we can spin in its tracks. In fact, we can stop it immediately because we make the world every day. Our communities, our streets, our houses, our friends, our neighbours, we are the people that are the power in this country. And if we decide that it stops, because we all come out though, it goes. So I would really encourage everyone to do that. Hospitality can't do it on their own. They're licensed premises. They use public health and environmental health officers. I've just been in New York. I refuse to go in places they're asking me for it. But basically, they get inspectors and the police coming down. We've just seen it in Queensland, sort of stating that you can call the police and show their vaccine. This is outrageous. On civil liberties, we've lost over 10,000 venues, we've lost hundreds of thousands of jobs. We're now being faced with things that our grandparents died, our freedoms, our liberties. How dare Boris Johnson, who told us that he was ID card, even begin to attempt that we're going to allow this thing to happen, and it's such contemptuously tell us we're going to keep it in reserve. I would advocate that no passports anywhere. Everyone that's watching this, share it, get your friends involved, have the conversations, tell people their story, right? Let's remember that the government and others have got so used to standing up in these press meetings, thinking that they must declare from on high. They think we're ignorant, they think they're conscious of us. The public has not been involved in this debate. We need to get the public to have its voices heard. That means having conversations with people, arguments. Don't you please just go, whether you think there's a plan or not, let's go out and make the arguments to make the case. Because what can be guaranteed is we have a fatalistic attitude to carry on. If we believe that it's going to stop us, then it's incumbent on us. We make the world every day. Let's go out and make it together. Let's scrap these outrageous impositions. So no more restrictions whatsoever. Free speech, no sports anywhere. They're unnecessary, they're illegal, very join us together to fight.
So on this stage, so we young folks who take their finger out. I know we got regular countries in your town, so the audience is a little bit loud. So if you're part of the passport protest today, it's the law voice now. The simple reason the trains are broadcast this on both the chambers like to go.
to Greg, who's working to provide us, we appreciate it. But don't forget that, when you put it on there, so, what we have to do is we can also get a plan in 5 minutes, and if we can all correct the flow to you, to the 5 minutes, and when you ask questions, contribute, that's about it. So, if you keep our voices down, please.
No sound. No.
By politicians. Because the politicians weren't giving out the orders of Welsh people. Wales were massively out bigger than any other part of the nation. And they couldn't adhere to our wishes. And so the problem you've got is that Wales can't seem to vote anything other than Labour. Can't do it. You can't vote Tory because Churchill sent the troops into Cardiff. Even my great-grandfather can't remember that one. And Maggie fits. So you can't vote Tory. Then you've got all the stories.
You've got the last one.
Unless we come together, we're still. You've got no chance of winning. You've got 4.5 years of this. You've got 4.5 years of this. And unless you face up to what we're going to do about it, and you put in plans, it's not going to work. They're going to get it again. Because there's no opposition. There's not an opposition. Tory in Wales is opposition. And unless the minor parties give up their egos and come together, you've got no chance. Here's the facts. To win the Senate, you can take them out. I want my grandkids to grow up in a society where they can thrive in business. Wales does not thrive. Ask yourself a question. How many businesses, Welsh businesses, make it in England? Ask yourself a question. Without telling, yes. Maybe Iceland. Maybe Iceland. You know, after all, don't reach out into England if they speak Wales. Offers Dyke is a barrier to Wales businesses venturing into England. What have we got in the way of English businesses coming over here? Every supermarket, every bank, just about everything. If we're going to take it, we need to take the banking system, we need to take the business Wales to thrive. I'm going to lay my business down so other people can thrive. That is how we work. Story. Training for years. I said, look, if I had to tell that, it's all going to be my fault. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. $5 grand in national estate. I'm going to get to you. And I don't want to promise me this, and I can't hold you to it going to promise me. The way you make that back, if you're a good guy, you know, take it back, give it to somebody else who did the same shit that you are now. 2 years later, I did then I just beer. Oh, but something was honorable. He left to honor what it promised me. And until we can believe and trust the politician, the people on this committee, the protesters, but nothing. Integrity is all we want. And we haven't got it. We use everybody. Truth. We have it back. Truth. It's bullshit. They're never bullshit. Anyway, we need a plan for 4 years' time. And we need decisions. Okay, thank you, Bev. Thank you. If you look at the brilliant business proposal, I experienced it just to say, just to feedback on my just to say, so those watching this, check to see, try to think of it, not in this. She does, it's not her fault, it's my fault, so just but it's alright. 6 year apologies, everybody. 20 years, 7 year apologies. Let's go over to the next years. Thank you. Right, so our next speaker, 5 minutes, and the best of all, please, because she's not listening.
Time of the balance. I got you to get your boat showing like that. I'm just saying, there's a point. I own a pub in the city centre. Independent, I have got anything behind. Yes. For the last 18 minutes. Have we ever please, just 5 minutes? Absolutely annihilated. First to close, the last to open. We've had table service, we've had shut at 10. We've had drinks outside in the middle of winter. We've had food only. We've had every restriction. I've had to change every aspect of my business the last 18 months, and I'm absolutely sick of it. And now we want to bring out only packs, and now I've got to ask my customers when we come to the bar, have you got a shoulder pad in front of other people? Or I'm going to pay an extra member of staff to stand on the door and pay. To protest. That's discrimination in my eyes. That's sexist. I don't want to do that. It shouldn't have to be. Today, if you like 2 drugs, you can still spread it. So what is the point of COVID hats? What is the point? I'll give you an example. I moved to Jamaica in 2 weeks' time. My first holiday in 4 years, can't wait. To another country, holiday seconds. So they want it from COVID pass to what is local pub. I just want to give you an example of how this will work, especially in my establishment. This, apart from my pub, this is my favourite. This myself, I'm sure the nice guy will tell you. It's not about people, but it's about counselling. It's about people with health issues. You're at that bar, you're not just a bar person, you are a counsellor. It is to listen. And I have an example for you. I've got an elderly gentleman who drinks in my pub. His name is Matt, 3 years old. Oh, yeah. Right, so this elderly gentleman's name is Matt. He can't walk without his okay. He pays £20 every single to get a taxi to and from my pub every day, 4 hours. that man hasn't got a smartphone. He hasn't got a laptop. He hasn't got any means of getting a COVID pass. He knows that's the question. So what am I supposed to do? So coming in, am I supposed to check in every single day? Daily? Am I supposed to get his tests daily? I've got lots of staff who do want to have the jobs. So why should I not employ them? So what is the point of a COVID pass? There isn't any at all. It's a load of waste of time, it's a waste of money. It's just absolute nonsense. Really, that's all I have to say on that. I'm just giving my personal view of how it's my business. It's going to make a massive difference. For one thing, if you're going to a sporting venue, or you're going to the boats, why would you next my pay? You probably don't mind something off the house if you're negative flow. You go to a football game, once in a blue moon. Those people don't step in every single day. And they all make possibilities. So I've got to employ more staff to stand on my door from 10 in the morning, 10 o'clock at night, every single day. It's not right. Thank you for listening.
One of my favorite puzzles. Please, just to say, I think we should propose that to be the next conference of the Welsh Parliament. There's a severe lack of, I'd say, everyday people in finance. If you go there, actually the work there, then you realise that. We talk about basically, we had enough. We had enough of every party being the bloody same. Labour, Plaid Cymru, Conservatives, the Lib Dems. There is no opposition in. So I take next point of the election, but we had 8 weeks to prepare. What we're doing is working on the grassroots, on campaigns. We're going to get people elected time to top 4 Wales and get our president re-elected. I want to talk about democracy because for me, this is what it's all about. And my grandfather came to Cardiff on a boat from the Yemen. The Yemenis, and he worked in the engine room, and the Yemenis were loading farm workers. They put the coal into the engines. And he would have been in this pub when he was in the hotel, this was open then. And but look at his generation. My grandmother, and my mother, as well, around this area were killed. And that generation sacrificed their lives for our liberty, for our freedom. My grandfather was torpedoed in the Atlantic, being flew back to Wales. And I don't think that we should forget what those people did. And I see these hysterical men on Twitter going on the front door. I think my grandmother back in the 40s, under the table with my mum, it's a box friend. I don't know how those people cope. It's how those people on Twitter, they're all of that. I said earlier, well, I would never have believed in Wales that it would be illegal for me to go and knock on doors. When colleagues canvassing in an election campaign, we did go out, we discussed this about it, and we realised that if we went out, we would have been arrested. I was in court anyway. I think that charge. If you look like me, you're very used to discrimination.
it's visual, and you'll be stereotypes. Because racism does exist, especially in the Welsh Parliament. So I understand discrimination. So just follow on from what Alan said earlier. You know what, 1980s? That's what I grew up really. Can you remember AIDS? Remember HIV? Can you imagine having to go into a nightclub and you're not HIV positive? Can you imagine the outrage, the uproar? That's what we're talking about here. Because clearly, you didn't know you had HIV. If you did have HIV, you're going to take something on, you're going to pack, okay? It wasn't acceptable. Why is it acceptable now? I want to talk briefly as well, because I think people here have outlined the nonsense of the company passports. They double turns, you still catch it, you still pass it on. They don't work, so what are they about? But if you look at the wide way that we've lost our freedoms, particularly in Wales. I mean, I did a broadcast on Sunday with personal Celia Jones, and there are people in Wales who lose weight in hospital. They don't get answers. There is no reason, and they see loved ones die. They have deprivation of liberty certificates put on them. So if they want to leave hospital, they're not allowed. Now, in some of these cases, those certificates are put on illegally, unlawfully. If you look as well, it's the do not resuscitate. I mean, somebody the other night, their mother had a PML. Outrageous, outrageous. There's no recourse. So I want to mention Robbie Powell as well, because this was 30 years ago, where professionals like negligent, medically negligent death. I want to mention that one because what has happened is not US accelerate. In terms of solutions, we need to come together. And I was speaking to somebody just over there, Jeremy, and saying, what are the solutions? What can we do? Well, we can speak to our family, we can speak to our neighbours, we can engage on social media, e-media, but not in a messy way. We need to understand that people are frightened. We need to understand that people are being conditioned. So we need to be respectful. We need to understand. We need to be pleasant and nice. When people insult us, don't insult them back. But that's really, I mean, sometimes I do. But I would implore everywhere to get involved in politics. 50% don't vote. And if we had everyday people in that parliament, we would not be having these holy passports. It's as simple as that. So please get involved in politics. No passports, just freedom. Just know it. Against 39 Just to say that the society of the box so continue to fight and don't stop. Protesting. Because we were not okay.
Yeah. Can everyone hear me? Right, then I'm on camera. Now, my name is Harry Jones. I'm not affiliated with any political party. I consider myself an individual of this lovely country. I'm sure that I'm going to be honest, I am so proud. You made your white talents. Now, I've been awake and awake to the world for over the last 20 years. This COVID-19 passport is no surprise to me. Yeah, that we were entering down last month in 2020 tonight. What really shocked me is how easily people just went along with it. And the simple fact is that I knew censorship was coming because they want people staying obedient, compliant, like they do in any country that adopts a policy of do as we say, but not as we do. Now, back in 20, I became very active with Matt Twitter and then Jeffrey. That's my name anyway. To be honest with you, I asked people questions. My notes were all based on like, evidence of anything that you're saying. Not once did they go back to me. Couldn't even provide a simple piece of evidence to actually work because by then he was mandated. There is no single, there's no research paper, no person who will stand up and say anything from a triple face back and things that you see to the N95 things with the filters on them that they will stop influenza, coronavirus, or anything else. As a matter of fact, everything that matters to do, from the simple social distancing, walk this way, wash your hands, and all the other nonsense, it actually is more detrimental to your health and actually benefiting it. Alright. Now in October, when Mark Drake was the fire brigade, right? I wish he would actually tell the fire brigade, but that's just me having a joke. But this guy is a absolute waste of space, a total idiot who has no idea what he's doing. I actually wrote using a website called To Them. It's like a digital letter that you can send to your politicians. I actually wrote to the members of our Senate at the time. I did not get any response except one. When he announced the break, he basically did not offer evidence. He didn't offer any scientific basis. He didn't offer a financial plan. He was planning to lock us down for 17 days. When he said, right, we got to save Christmas. That's evidence right there that the man broke. Right, okay. All I'm saying is this. Recently, right, they put a letter to these, but they are violating 18,000. They are violating the Human Rights Act, and they are completely negligent through the code, forcing people, forcing obligation through coercion, telling us to take a vaccine. It is killing people, it is hurting people, and if you want to fight against your rights, get on the Equality Cares Act, send to every politician you know, tell us that is going to take it out of this stupid, bloody, put it in their passport. So that's what I'm trying to say, and that's the same. Thank you very much. Okay.
I come out of London today. I think one thing that we've got to admit at some point is that system of rates, we don't win many elections. We don't win many of the votes. I think one of the key words is built on track compliance. If we continue to comply just because laws are made illegally, we're part of the system. So I think when we talk about movements, we had a gentleman asking us to storm the Senate like the Bastille. I don't think that's a very good idea. It's pretty democratic, but we can not choose to conform. Okay? I think another thing that was mentioned, we all need to get involved in politics. There's a lot of people out there who do believe the same thing as us. MPs who are scared that I know personally, people who will be on your side if they see enough support. So get out for the next point, get out, because they do listen. So I think vote with your feet and remember that the whole of the United Kingdom is together. Where's no hashtag vaccine passports? Where's no vaccine for children? And what are you using that? Let me know. The use of vaccine children.
I think before I say that, I'm going to tell you what I think about it. I want to say something else, which is I don't actually think this has all happened during COVID, during the pandemic. If we look at the last 2 decades, every impulse has been to silence speech, to say that, you know, you risk offending people. The cancel culture that we've seen come through, culture wars on the university campuses, permeating across the workplace and in all broadcast media. We've seen in public health on children. I'm coming on to children, mate. It's all right. I said I'm going to do this bit first. We've seen in the public health arena that people have been treated with contempt, when in doubt, regulate, don't engage, impose measures. That's why in New York you're not allowed to smoke in a park, for instance, and that's why in Britain you've had all sorts of public space protection orders regulating your behaviour, from where you can give out flyers to where you can drink, to how many people you can walk with. What's happened to that's got steroids during the response to COVID. And make no mistake, they're political decisions, right? We've never seen it before. They're made decisions to a political decision, and all these restrictions are political decisions. Science is not policy. Science is a method of research and investigation, which depends on criticising, challenging, and having open debate. Where I stand, where, you know, together we've got one of our 7 pillars. Around vaccinating children. There's absolutely no reward ratio. It's completely one-sided. We know that the government ignored the JCB, so they obviously CMOs shouldn't be happening. It's good that people are challenging it in schools and elsewhere. It's also good that relatively speaking, and a take-up. But if you assume that however many people have been vaccinated, let's say it's 9%, only around 10%, so it's still too many have been vaccinated. That shows you that a lot of people are very concerned about what that means. I think it's an outrage that the idea that parental decision making of minors, of our children, is being dispensed with. The idea that you jettison the authority of the family. I mean, what kind of society has done that, right? Where is it that we've seen in the world where the state and public representatives intervene in the privacy of parents' decisions? It's absolutely disgusting outrage. We should challenge it together.
It's a no. It's not. It's a no.
So, over next week, the youth athletes value cracks on the football team. Cyclists, the youth athletes,
Yeah, it's not more of a question, really statement. So, on the right. Society is we are the youth walkers because we are going against the establishment, which has been trying to bring it up over the last 30 years. We are the fight for our rights. Everybody has 30 seconds to say something, ask a question, and then you can take it back out of it. Everybody else, I'm going to thank you as well. Okay, can we give it a 30 seconds? There are a lot of people why you've trouble in your society. Do not fall for it. And there's a lot of anger out there. People against you fighting things. Do not fall for it. It's not what be loving, stick with it, each other. Try to wait for people to do what's going on. Thank you very much. We're going to play Harry Butler. I'm going to be saying over the give us a song, Rich. Yes, yeah. Right, I think what was expected of me. So. Okay, so I'm going back to Karen, I'm going back to you. And if you just give your final thoughts. Yeah, very quick. Am I allowed to say pro-vaccines? I am absolutely pro-vaccine. I'm about vaccine. Back in the day, during the lifetime, I had to go to college. I was going vaccinated. I believe in vaccines. Smallpox, obviously. Children, COVID jab. One word. No.
So, I was going to say free drinks at the bar, is not my point. So, this is it now. If these COVID bars are doing, I've got my work out, so that's it. So all the other places. It's absolutely ridiculous. It's beyond a joke. We've had enough. Absolutely had enough. I feel sorry for all these players that haven't managed to make it and haven't managed to carry on. It's just a load of rubbish.
I would just like to finish off with where we were on the kids' vaccinations. Nobody at the age of 30 without any underlying conditions has died of COVID. Nothing. So if you're wasting your time vaccinating anybody under the age of 30, so it's not just kids, parental consent, but I mean, is that something? Where the hell are we going? So it's not just dividing men against women, blacks against white, vaccinated against vaccinated, it turns against kids. Everything is about division. Okay, so come in, we unite. It's being a boozer as well. It's good proper. Right, well, the first thing I want to say is that we should know that Big Brother Watch has launched a legal challenge against the vaccine passport system in Wales. And we should all, I mean, it's really important. Big Brother Watch does a lot of really good work on vaccine passports. Really important. Have a look at our website and support them. We need to all stand together. We need to have our voices heard. The public has to be engaged and make themselves heard. Because otherwise, the people that are running things contemptuously will carry on imposing and making restrictions and impositions. To them at this point, we need to get back to normal. The way we get back to normal is to say we dispense with them, and it's an opportunity for us. However dark the system, make no mistake, 15 to 39, this is a terrible moment, right? We have to be honest. It's a bad moment, it's happened for Wales, and that has implications for the whole of the UK. However, the real power lies with us, and we should never forget that. And we've got to go out, we've got to convince our friends, our neighbours, our colleagues, we've got to stand together, keep having our voices heard. If we're strong, we will win this. But it's going to be up to us. We need to make your voices heard, sign together declaration.org, get involved locally, that you are in Parliament, area, stand together to challenge this. We need to get our normal back, we need to be united as well.
Nice to see you. See you guys. It's going to be it. I walk back to the next board. There's two here. Same thing around. Show back their support. This is trying to be it. See you soon. Hold on. Hey. I just want to say, massive thank you to Dan and the team for this for helping us with training tonight. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate it. These are the big guys, I don't know.
What's your plan? Yeah, we're shooting the spike, aren't we? So I'll have a word or something. I'll have a word with Dan about that, right? Yeah, we don't like. No. We're done. And he will make contact with you.
My bag there. So yeah.
Did you expect that turnout to?
There was a really hard to say. I've been here many times. Today was the best ever. The people, the energy, the sense of purpose, the defiance, the sing, even the singing. No singing, you know.
And actually knocking to Parliament door. Very powerful.
Everything about it. See the vote is a big disappointment. It's a very close one last time with 1,000, and they were
one person to vote.
They don't think that. Why is Zoom suddenly to this one? There's a big difference. So I can read trade. They're supposed to recognize they're going to compete with maybe some deals with trade with your companies here. Maybe even Thomas in this way. Maybe all that, right? It's an absolutely fantastic scheme, okay? Despite the rain.
People came from all over. Okay.
Yeah, so I obviously Catherine, we can elucidate that to me. She's on fire, okay? She's angry.
When I got my answer.
Come on, say what you really think, huh?
About which part today, right? What did I think today, Radoslaw? Brilliant vibration, very powerful, the best one I've seen since we've been going to Senate, which was our first for the Senate as well, but apparently it's been going months before, just didn't find out until the October one. Yeah, very, I mean, powerful in the passion. The vibration today was off the chart, as we discussed. Out of the passion in their heart, so we're angry, and we were right to be angry. It's like righteous indignation. You know, we've been pushed so far. Every day in our lives, you know, we are living this, we are breathing this. This is our life, all of us now, globally. I mean, the pushback is crazy, but we are all, I believe, living it still. You are. You are. I mean, I met you.
Yes, you told me we met last summer.
We met in the protest bed opposite Downing Street. We did an interview with Vincent from Save Our Rights.
Yes.
And it was a fantastic interview. You revealed a lot of yourself to us. And Vincent's also a good man. And you're also a good spiritual man, he is as well. And the two of you asked great questions. You've got a lovely way about you, gentle way about you. We can all be beautiful and gentle, but it's the passion in our souls that's driving us for this justice. Because without justice and freedom and truth and goodness, what are we? We are just literally, they want us to become a QR code. All right, that's all they want. They want us to become a QR code robot governed by the smartphone, which isn't smart at all. We don't have that. We don't give our kids, we have no smartphone. We have an old-fashioned phone. We will not give them anything. They will have nothing from us. And I will not go into that ultimate transhuman agenda. Now, if all the others, the vax, well, it's not a vaccine, you know, it's a device, and it's just an experimental device. They want to do that. They've made their choice now. It's too late. We cannot go backwards. We have to support ourselves, support each other, lift us up when we need lifting, cry when a shoulder to cry on, or sometimes we just need to shout, to scream. We all need to be with each other, but we have to leave those alone now. They have made the choice. This is a separation, dividing of humanity. This is created, dividing us via this terrible, terrible thing happening. It's not terrible, actually. It's meant to be. And for us not to sort it, I think you, from memory, you came to this because of the COVID. You woke up through COVID, didn't you? You really woke up to the truth, didn't you, through this?
Yes,
if I remember,
perfect.
yeah, I remember you speaking to Vincent, and I've seen other interviews you've done. And from that, I realised that you, and amongst many tens of thousands of people, woke up because of this. And Alec and I, we were, we are, awake to who we are, awake to the world, to the reality of the world, however painful that is. It is a burden, it is a blessing, it is both, it can be both together. But ultimately, this is a beautiful thing, this is humanity's wake-up call. And if the others had chosen to stay asleep, they were never awake, that's their choice, this time they were never meant to wake up. You were, and it took COVID to wake you up, and of course your downloads must have come very quickly, which must have done your head in.
I realized that this COVID thing, this pandemic thing, it just, I would say, it just revealed things. Nothing happened over a week, no, nothing changed within 2 weeks. When it all started, it just revealed the conditioning, veil of lies, social engineering. As a human being, that's why I said my personal story, because I feel like I was subject of politics, like that's why I was living in poverty. I had to become an economical migrant, but I came through personal development and I enhanced my consciousness.
So it's all about consciousness.
And I learned like not just job, not just business, but then like being human. That's why my biggest passion in life is personal development, which consists in philosophy of life. Yes, like what we can become ultimately.
Yeah. And they're taking all that away from us. They are taking away our conscience and our consciousness. They're taking away every single thing we need to do with our heart and soul, everything. They're taking everything away. Well, they will not take it from us. All of us in it, but they will not take it away because they can't.
So you can only give it.
Yeah, they cannot take it away from us because we never, it's like when they say take your freedom back, the chant in London, I never gave it away. I was born free and I will stay free. And Alec and I guess, without knowing it, have been rebels all our life for the truth. I say, I came to shake up the world, truth and goodness, justice and light. That's why I'm here. And I've never stopped doing it. This is just giving me a platform to take it up to the next level. And I know in my heart and soul that I'm here. And so many people in our movement know that we're here for these times and these times only. This is why we've gone through all the trauma we've gone through, all the drama in our lives to create us into a better human being.
I came to similar conclusions because I was thinking, education path led me to brick wall, yeah?
Yes.
Then I followed sections, work hard, climb the ladder, yeah? And I did this as well. And again, I did the brick wall. But then I discovered this subject, personal development, in terms of philosophy. What is our human potential? Not like, coaching, not of that nonsense, but like in the bigger sense. What can we become in life?
Who are we? Why are we here? Where do we come from? Where do we go? What purpose? You need to know your purpose.
Ever since that moment where I started thinking to myself, that was beginning, like I would say, 2013.
Well done, yeah. And that actually, that's a poignant date because Alec and I have monitored this for a long time, more than so, you don't know, it's about 2010, but we witnessed things. We witnessed things in 2002, and I'm going to take it to a spiritual level, so the female energy came back. See, the female energy is being crushed, and we witnessed things in our prior to society. We witnessed the female energy coming back, and things started to change from 2012 to 13. And we saw something was afoot, and then we realised that at some point in about 2007 to 2018, we knew something was going to come to divide the world. This is humanity's separation. This is humanity's dividing.
But I think this clash is like, this is like another hand. And that's what I like to think about this, like in personal life, we're going through certain forms and changes. This is like shedding of the cocoon. Yeah, it's like dropping of the cocoon. Yeah, we need to drop the whole thing. And then we need to, so in a sense, that's why people don't tend to change because it's a painful process and it reveals us to. This makes us fragile, yeah, because we have to drop everything, and we kind of become like naked and vulnerable, yeah, because then we have to, drop this old shell, yeah.
It's the ego. We have to strip the ego back down to zero, and we have to. And the ego in itself can be open as long as it's in control. As long as you are in control of it, we do need a little time of it for identity, but it will strip you there until you do that journey. To take it away, to build it to where it should be in its place, put it back in its place where it should be all along. It's driving all of it. This is what's driving the power, the corruption, ego. Because the ego is out to destroy you. It's out to deceive you, to tell you that you need it, but you don't. You don't need anything like that. You just need to strip it back to the basics, back to the soul in your heart. Find out who you are, authenticity, and the ego is just a deceiver. And once you realise that, such a long way up to, step by step, it's yourself, that you arrived, we all arrived, and listen, it never stops. Our consciousness was expanding and expanding until eventually, all that's happening now is we all one. It's connection around the world.
There is like gathering because we've gathered, you wouldn't never thought about it, but like the amount of connection like I've made by driving around and talking to people, I would never thought I would meet so many people things similar.
We can find a great reset, right?
I think this
We've
is.
got our break away from it, and this is the trigger. COVID, I have to say that, it's not what they say. It's just a vehicle that has triggered great awakening. So actually, our creators laughing. You know, it's just saying, it's kind of
I mean, the whole history really, if you look at this, it's exactly the same scenario. The biggest thing that impressed me, like, or wake me up, was a seminar by Jim Rohn. You find this on YouTube. Jim Rohn, how to have the best year ever. That's
Jim
Rohn, R-O-H-N.
Oh, R-O-H-N, right, Jim Rohn.
How to have best year ever. If you find this video, it's like 4.5 hours long. It's about personal development. And it was the first time when I didn't follow my conditioning, and I listened to this man. He told his story of personal transformation, how when his thinking changed, what he became. And it was like so loaded with emotion. The thing he did with his life was a fantastic metamorphosis, and it moved me, yeah, and it inspired me. That was like, I was ready, but I call this catalyst. Catalyst is like, you've got everything you need, but you need that something.
Somebody or something.
You need catalyst for reaction to happen, yeah? This is like, I explained this on a simple example. When you got a cube of sugar and light it, and you want to set it alight, it won't happen. But then you put a little bit of ash, and the reaction will happen. So same like this, let us say this false pandemic, yeah? It just shows the arrogance, show the conditioning, revealed the thing that we're always around. Because like, I think like even masks, I was thinking, it came in a month's time, yeah? That people who wear masks, they were always like this, because they were always obedient, they were always either, or they were conforming. No, but it just shows you proportion, yeah? So let's say 60% of people, they just follow blindly. 20% they know something isn't right, but they will be afraid. 10% just don't care, yeah? They just want to stay out of trouble, and they will conform. 5% will be fighting it, and let's say 4% is like dogs to 1% that rules them.
I believe now that this has woken up, but everybody needs to wake up. I hope 20% of people just talk about that. 20% of people globally will awake to who they are, to their spiritual nature, connected to their soul and their heart, and understood what life is truly all about. I hope this, I hope not. I'm a realist, okay? The positives and the negatives were overall, I'm a realist. I think we're creeping out to the future by 40%. That's why what they do. That's why they're ramping up all the time, and they're ramping up the agenda, the great reset, with the climate agenda, another con.
In fairness, I'm not afraid of change, because I've been through change now 8 years, so I embrace change. Every day I have to struggle with it, yeah? Struggle or just embrace it. This is like swimming in the ocean. It's not easy, but you have to swim, yes. You can't swim against it.
Never swim against it.
Yes, you have to trust and immerse yourself, yeah? And most people, they are just afraid to let go of the land, yeah?
You have to let go of the banks of the stream or the river and go into the middle. You have to flow. And never look at the banks again, because they will always be stepping stones. But you have to do that with 100% faith, not 99% faith. You have to be 100% faith. And when you jump in, you'll always be looked after, and that's when the magic begins. Power of enlightenment. That's when the magic begins. But you have to give your part of the bag. Trust.
I realized something, what you said, that we are preparing for this moment. I was thinking like when I just like broke through my initial conditioning, which was like, true living in poverty, this is like Maslow pyramid, if you don't meet the basic need, then you can't go for higher. You can't go for consciousness, you can't expand. When you're hungry, you know what I mean. When you just have to have enough. But what I'm saying is that I was thinking like when I worked it out, this whole personal development thing, I was thinking that natural progression is just like, I don't know, like
I would say soul development, not personal development, soul development.
you can't develop soul, I would think. Maybe you can only explore it, yeah? But you don't develop soul. That's what I would say. We only work on our minds, which are limited. Because even if you look like memory, yeah, like human memory, why don't we remember, let's say, memories of our parents, forefathers, etc. But you know, when you look in the body itself, the DNA, remember everything up to the very first organism, yeah? You don't remember what was your grandmother, but you got her nose sitting on the face. So this is what we don't realize. There's so much more for humans to explore. I'm pretty sure we don't live to our potential. And I was just thinking, because this was those stages when I started, when I developed myself in this, let's say, materialistic world, I was thinking, okay, I work things out, I'm progressing at work, and I can become self-employed, and I'm starting business. So I was thinking that like the only consequences of like self-development, that's why I say like self in sense of ego maybe, is just like now acquiring the material wealth and like, you know, become 10% of people, like when 90% go with the flow and 10% actually shape the reality. That's what I was thinking. But what I realized during this pandemic, that all these struggles I've been through life, really, that was like conditioning, and I was preparing for this moment. I wasn't preparing to, you know, just to accumulate few material things.
Some experience that I have, ultimately I have.
Why would you be feared of anything? You know, everybody will die. That's a part. It's like we are taking first breath, and we give breath away. That's just a part of life. But what people are afraid is to actually live and to explore their potential, their passion. So like that was Jim Brown, yes, like simple things that he mentioned. So like now you got people who wear the dress that they don't want to dress, then they drive the car that they don't want to drive, yeah. They go to work that they never wanted to have, they live where they don't want to live, and at the end they become somebody that they never wanted to become.
Slaves on slave and they become wage slaves to society. That's all they wanted us to have, the little slaves, and they could join and done it. The trouble is that we broke free from their conditioning.
I think again, this is all an illusion because we don't know the history, and for each one of us, we have to rediscover things. So we were born like tabula rasa. We enter these little bodies, we grow, and we have to learn from scratch. Yeah. So what that gives us, naivety. Yeah. So we have to grow from children, and we have to rediscover everything again. Where if we would have this knowledge, we would only be progressing. Yeah. So I think like if you look in the history, any other part of the history, like the same. Whatever, go to Roman Empire, their collapse of civilization, and you know there was a panic like this, but then some people they had good lives, yes, and some people they were living in hell. So I just think this is like trick that we just tend to believe that this is the end of the world. But let's say people who were living through World War II, they would say this is the end of the world.
Well, I don't think it's the end. I think it's the start of a new better world. We just got to hold on to the end.
Everything I think is connected because without this, without technology, for instance, yeah, how could we reach? Like I just grabbed the phone and I started live streaming. Yeah, I haven't done like something completely staggering, but I pushed myself and I had like 1 million views, and that's why I made a connection. Yeah, that's why people like you are stopping your talking to me. But then I feel like bringing 1 million people, those views, not necessarily 1 million of individuals, but that's how I feel about this. Yeah, like when there was small protests, let's say like in Seoul, 15 no more than 100 people, and I had like 40,000 people to watch this. Yeah, so this was like in 40. And this is using their technology, their weapon against them. Right? This is balance, double-edged sword.
They are using smartphones, agenda, science, technology, the goodness for the life.
That's why I started talking to people, because I understand communication now. I studied political sciences, it's a bit of sociology, psychology, and I spent lots of time studying personal development, so I understand communication. I'm running small business, so I spent years and years learning everything, marketing, communication, and all. But then now, yeah, in a sense, but I understand what they're doing, and I can recognize things like propaganda, for instance.
Social engineering.
Yes. So first victim of war is truth. And then, what they use as a weapon is propaganda. And the goal of propaganda is to dehumanize people. That's why they call people anti-vaxxers, conspiracy theorists, etc. Yeah, they are human. That's why I was talking to people. I was asking, who are you? Why you're here? Yes, because people were saying, I'm a mother, I'm a grandmother, I'm a father. Yes, the people were saying why they're there. Yeah, while they're being painted with a different brush with the mainstream media, who does the whole propaganda. That aims to, because it was same like with Jews. This is where it's just repetition, exactly same what was used in Nazis times is now being used. And it's scary, How can we be thick like this, to repeat the same thing? Everybody should. Everybody should know this from history.
They don't really, because they're afraid to step outside their comfort box. They stepped outside. I stepped outside a long time ago. Alex stepped outside. He stepped outside about 10 years ago. Just under 10 years ago. They are still in their box, and they are afraid to step out. If they step out, their whole life will pass. No, that's when your life is. When you step out of law.
It is like quote from Bible. If you cling to life, you lose it. If you give life away, you will live. Yes, so like.
And it doesn't mean giving off money and objects, it means giving off your heart and your soul, and it will come back to you tenfold. And that is, as I said, where the magic is. You have to trust. To trust is something more than who you are. Call it what you want. It doesn't matter what you want to call it. It doesn't matter. You just want to call it it. If you go outside of yourself and trust in something greater, that's when you get to back. Because once you step over that line, you can't go back. You can't go back to 2013 because you betray everything you are. So thankfully, most of our movement is covered by the aspect of the spiritual level. Some don't know it. Last year, we are witnessing it. And this is what's happening. This scam pandemic has woken up people.
Not to this. I was just like. But I was so conditioned by a system. I just.
That's what the said, and that's been coined by many writers. Man, know thyself. And I add a little bit on.
Oh, you got a massive head. A guy on camera one is filming.
I know himself. I find it easy now. I find it so easy. I understand, and it's so much more to understand. The journey never ends. I understand enough to know that I know where I am, who I am. I need to continue to life. We will get to this together. Because the life of we must know ourselves first, and then we can develop on that. We call it self-development. I call it self-improvement. Every day
Greek word for character means chisel. You're just chiseling away what you don't need, what you don't need. But you would think that that's you.
What you need is all the preventing and true. Because that's all we need. We don't need all the fakeness and the lies. We just need the goodness and the truth. It's quite simple. People they say, but I use the words goodness and light and truth and justice a lot. And people may laugh at that. But I believe the light of goodness is an amazing thing.
Cardiff, can we catch up one day and maybe do a podcast in better condition?
Yes. Why don't you jacket up the bag? When you put your jacket on, over the bag and then why don't you let me know this and put your jacket on? If you manage to get your jacket on, because you'll get quite down. You need to be careful because all of us need to be extra healthy. And we wear ourselves out instead of testing, gathering and talking and marching.
Rich and powerful people who work against
got a hood on there? No, you didn't. I was getting quite concerned that you were getting quite
yeah, so just maybe we can...
I thank you, like I thank all of the live streamers. I thank you for what you've done and what you're doing and what you're going to do. All right, really appreciate what you've done. Well done. Thank you.
Ignore pieces because that's my number, yeah. I still, yes, that's my other face, yeah.
Well, as I said, we followed you for a long time. Well, for over a year. And all of them. As I said, it's you and the other lives. You're getting
I'm even past thinking now.
And here, which is going to win for John's way. This is all an illusion. People say, oh, it won't be a counter. It is, but it feels real. The problem is that all this injustice does result in but all this gathering raises the vibration level, and that's what it teaches you over another people to do. And then we need another fix of all that connection, and then it raises the sound.
Very good, very good.
Of a guy who's from, oh, I don't know, we will walk, she went together,
Great, so you.
That's right. Try well and every last week.
It's just a couple of hours. I got lots of work tomorrow, so I'll be wrapping up now.
Strong. Whatever happens,
no, once you open eyes, you can never be frightened.
It's okay.
Right?
I got his card. He has so much respect for you, and I do. He's always as connected. We're not insecure. We wasn't just surprised at you. We were surprised at that. Something about it. So, and I was surprised. Here we all are.
It's a small planet.
14 months later.
We get